That was
across the continent without hindrance. Countries in commercial and also guaranteed bonds It is a testament to our collective determination to dismantle the borders that have long divided our continent by promoting the seamless movement of goods across multiple national customs borders, which will not only enhance efficiency, but also shorten border clearance processes by breaking down the 110 borders that have divided us into atomistic countries that has made us to be what we are today, poor and dependent on others. It's also very instructive that this is happening just as the Directors Generals of Customs are meeting here in Cairo under the aegis of the AFC with the bank to consider the expansion of this initiative to cover the entire continent. This flagship initiative $300 million is being used to support the scheme in the Comesa region. We expect that when we launch this scheme continent-wide, the continent of Africa will be saving about $300 million annually in transit costs. Today, we celebrate the issuance of the first ever multi-border to boost the Commercial Regional Customs Transit Guarantee Pool. This substantial financial injection underscores our commitment to bolstering the capacity of the Commercial Regional Customs Transit Guarantee Pool, which will instill confidence in traders and businesses, thereby paving the way for increased trade volumes in the region and creating a conducive environment for investment, innovation, and economic growth. Furthermore, we will be signing a $30 million container guarantee facility with B. This will be another significant step forward in the realm of international trade and commerce in our continent. In a world where the movement of goods across borders is the lifeblood of our economies, efficient handling of containers is paramount. This arrangement we have with BSmart will revolutionize the way we manage containers, ensuring their safe and timely transit while minimizing risks and enhancing security measures. The provision of financial guarantees for containers will encourage investments and make international trade more accessible and inclusive for businesses of all sizes. Under Afreximbank's support, B-Smart System Solutions will also establish 38 integrated customs designated stop areas across the East Africa Community region. These integrated custom designated stop areas will offer various services, including secure truck parking, customs documentation verification, logistics hubs, container yards, vehicle inspection centers, and affordable housing estates. The primary objective of these centers are to boost economic growth in the countries, enhance socio-economic conditions, and improve cargo security and transit controls. Under this mandate, Afreximbank will provide financial support of up to $1.3 billion to B-Smart and will act as the financial advisor for the project. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate these milestones, I again welcome the Customs Director General to Cairo and urge them with a profound sense of optimism and anticipation to seize the moment to make history. Your pivotal role places you in a unique position to drive transformative change, not just within your organizations, but at a continental scale. I'm encouraged by the excellent work already done at the technical level to establish a robust regulatory framework and technology platform for the AfCFTA Continental Transit Guarantee Scheme. I implore you to expedite the development and adoption of the scheme, and by doing so, you will not only revolutionize customs procedures, but also lay the foundation for a more prosperous future for our continent. I assure you that when you finalize this scheme and put it out for the entire continent, as I mentioned earlier, Afreximbank, and I believe other continental institutions will support with the required financing to put all the infrastructure and also allow the system to operate efficiently. The advantages of a streamlined and efficient transit scheme and efficient transit guarantee scheme are immeasurable. To attract investment, create jobs, and enhance our global competitiveness. I understand there might be complexities involved in such an endeavor. However, I firmly believe in your vision, dedication, and capability to overcome these hurdles. Your leadership can make a significant difference, leaving a lasting legacy for generations to come. Afreximbank, as a key player in Africa's economic landscape, reaffirms its commitment to supporting the AfCFTA Secretariat and all the regional economic communities in this noble enterprise of building a regulatory and technology framework for transit guarantee schemes for the continent. This commitment is based on the absolute belief in the transformative potentials of the AfCFTA for our people. In closing, I would like to extend my sincere and cordial appreciation to all of you for gracing this occasion and congratulate everyone who was involved in making the products and facilities launched and signed today a reality. May these milestones pave the way for future collaborative efforts, promoting unity, integration, and progress throughout Africa. I hope that the next time we gather, as we've done today, it will be to celebrate and launch the AFCFTA Continental Transit Guarantee Scheme. I hope that we will see one day when the Afrexim Bank Africa Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme will morph into that AFCFTA Continental Transit Guarantee Scheme. I thank you all and wish you a great day in Cairo and enjoyment of the IATF 2023. Thank you for your kind attention.
Once again, another round of applause for Professor Benedict Orama, President and Chairperson of the Board of Directors, African Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank. Now I should recognize the presence of Honorable Sile Zikalala, Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Republic of South Africa. Sir, you're very welcome. And also our dear sister, Her Excellency Bogolo Kenewendo, Special Advisor and African Director, UN Climate Change High-Level Champions. You're also very welcome. Okay, let's move on now. The next speaker remarks are from a Pan-African, Intra-Africa trade champion, tireless worker for the AFCFTA aspirations, none other than His Excellency Mr. Wamkele Mene, Secretary General, AFCFTA Secretariat. Ladies and gentlemen.
President Benedict Orama, President and Chairman of the Board of Afrexim Bank, Ambassador Albert Muchanga, Honorable Ministers, Vice President Solomon Quaino, the Directors General of Customs Authorities and Heads of Customs Authorities that are here with us this morning. In particular, I wish to recognize Mr. El Shahat Gaturi, who is Egypt's Head of Customs Authority. It is important that our heads of customs authorities are here with us today as we mark the start of hard work to ensure harmonization and ease of transit throughout the continent. The partnership between Afrexim Bank and the AFCFTA Secretariat has yielded over the last 3 years strong and positive results. As you may be aware, a few years ago, in 2019, the African Union Assembly of Heads of States and Government endorsed and recognized the importance of a Pan-African payments and settlement system. And indeed, by a decision of the Assembly of Heads of States and Government, the Pan-African payments and settlement system became operationalized. In December 2020, during the special session of the Assembly of Heads of States and Government on the AFCFTA, the Heads of States and Government officially and formally adopted the Pan-African payments and settlement system as a tool of implementation of the AFCFTA. Recently, His Excellency President William Ruto of Kenya announced, in fact, just a few days ago, announced that Kenya will host the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, the headquarters being in Nairobi, Kenya. All of this demonstrates the commitment to this partnership, and it also demonstrates that between the AFCFTA Secretariat, the African Union Commission, and Afrexim Bank, And of course our other partners, Africa Finance Corporation, African Development Bank. It demonstrates that Africa is united in the ambition to accelerate the integration of our continent. It also demonstrates that all of our institutions within the African Union family and related institutions, that our institutions are committed to work together to deploy whatever resources are required to achieve this objective of a united and integrated market in Africa. The second most important tool that we are going to introduce, or that we have introduced rather, is the AFCFTA Adjustment Fund. I'm very pleased that the AFCFTA Adjustment Fund has been operationalized. As you may be aware, the board of Afreximbank approved an amount of $1 billion as a seed capital to ensure that the AFCFTA Adjustment Fund is operationalized in support of implementation of the AFCFTA. I'm very pleased that the first meeting of the board took place at the end of September in Kigali, Rwanda, which has agreed to be the host of the AFCFTA Adjustment Fund. As we announced at that time, in September, when we gathered in Rwanda, we intend to mobilize up to $10 billion to ensure the successful implementation of the AFCFTA by supporting countries with the requisite assistance that they need. And therefore, the launch of the AFCFTA Transit Guarantee Scheme is an additional tool in the arsenal of tools that we require to ensure successful implementation of the AFCFTA. And I'm very pleased and I appreciate the announcement that Professor Orama made today of substantial financial support for implementation of the AFCFTA Transit Guarantee Scheme. As His Excellency Professor Orama mentioned, technical work has begun to ensure that we build on the successes that have been achieved in regional transit guarantee schemes such as COMESA, SADC, and others that may be in existence today. We will build on the success of the COMESA model. Consultations are underway to ensure that we successfully integrate other systems in the creation of a truly continental transit guarantee scheme. The AFCFTA as a legal instrument is the basis, the legal foundation that is required to ensure that the AFCFTA Transit Guarantee Scheme is beyond legal reproach. I look forward to us intensifying the work that has to be done as we move towards the Media Coordination Summit in July 2024, where the Ministers of Trade and the heads of customs authorities, I hope at that point, by July 2024, will have concluded the technical work that needs to be done and will present a recommendation to the Assembly of Heads of States and Government for formal adoption of the AFCFTA Transit Guarantee Scheme so that we operationalize this very critical tool for business and trade on the African continent. And so, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I've mentioned but a few of the outcomes of the strong partnership that the AFCFTA Secretariat has with Afreximbank and the strong collaboration that, as I mentioned earlier, continues to yield very positive results for our continent. I wish all of us very good deliberations this morning. I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency Wamkele Mene, Secretary General of the AFCFTA Secretariat. Now, we're here in the land of the pharaohs, the magnificent country known as Egypt, and it's a remarkable exporter and producer and manufacturer on the African continent. I was reading up on how many products Egypt makes. It's mind-boggling. Petroleum products, cotton, textile, agricultural products like rice, garlic, vegetables, fruit, cars. They export assembled cars and auto spare parts as well, medical equipment, medicine, the list just goes on and on and on. They truly are a giant in Africa when it comes to manufacturing and export, and will play an integral role in the AFCFTA and indeed in the AFCFTA Transit Guarantee Scheme. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome, to give a statement to this stage, El Shahat Gatouri, Commissioner of the Egyptian Customs Authority and Chairperson of the AFCFTA DG Customs. Please welcome El Shahat Gatouri.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية أرحب بالسيد الرئيس البنك الإفريقي للاستيراد والتصدير، والتحية لمعالي الوزراء والسفراء والسيدات والسادة ممثلي الجمارك المشاركين والسيدات والسادة الحضور الكرام. بداية أنا أحمد أبو الحسن نائب رئيس مصلحة الجمارك المصرية، وبحب أنقل لحضراتكم تحيات وتقدير الأستاذ الشحات الغدواري واعتذاره عن الحضور لارتباطه باجتماعات طارئة. أهلا وسهلا بحضراتكم جميعا في بلدكم الثاني مصر، ونتمنى لكم إقامة سعيدة. إن منظومة تيسير التجارة بين الحدود فيما بين الدول الإفريقية من المهم أنها تقوم على التعاون ما بين البنك الإفريقي للاستيراد والتصدير في إطار الكوميسا، وتنفيذاً لتيسير حركة البضائع والسلع، بما يسهم في تخفيض زمن الإفراج الجمركي، بما يؤثر على تخفيض تكلفة السلع وسرعة انتقالها بين الدول الأعضاء. وقد أحرزت الاجتماعات والتشاورات خلال الأيام السابقة تقدماً ملموساً، وصاغت رؤية موحدة نحو إزالة أي عقبات أو صعوبات لتحقيق تيسير التجارة بين الحدود. ويسعد دائماً الجمارك المصرية أن تقوم بتقديم الدعم والتعاون والتشاور في سبيل إنجاح المنظومة والبدء في تنفيذها على كافة المستويات ومع جميع الأطراف. ونأمل قريباً بإذن الله الاتفاق على ضمان المرور للبضائع بين الدول الأعضاء، حيث قد وقعت الجمارك المصرية الأسبوع الماضي اتفاقية الضمان الرورو مع الجانب الإيطالي، وقد نستفيد من ما تم في هذه الاتفاقية كنواة نبتدي العمل عليها. وفي النهاية أتقدم لسيادتكم جميعاً بالشكر، ونتمنى لكم إقامة سعيدة في بلدكم الثاني مصر، وشكراً.
Please, another robust round of applause for our speakers on the AFCFTA Transit Guarantee Scheme. Now, yesterday when I stood on this stage to break the ice at the beginning, I think for all of you who were in the audience, I said that one of the most amazing things about the Trade Forum at the Intra-Africa Trade Fair, and this is something I don't see really anywhere else, is how much we walk the walk in terms of the deals and the commitments that will be made. In fact, I was thinking about it last night, and I thought to myself, probably I've shaken hands or at least witnessed or walked past probably some of the future leaders of new industries in Africa that we don't even dream of, or are making and forging those relationships right here at the Trade Forum. So it's a very exciting place to be. Now, I say that because it's a smooth segue. As you can probably see, they're bringing in my furniture. Let's do some deals. There are some significant deals related to the AFCFTA Transit Guarantee Scheme that we will be signing today. I'm so happy to start with the MOU between Afreximbank and the African Union Commission defining expanded areas of collaboration. And for that deal, I welcome to the stage the signatories. On behalf of Afreximbank, I welcome back to the stage Professor Benedict Orama, President and Chairman of the Board of Directors of Afreximbank, together with his brother from the African Union, His Excellency Ambassador Albert Muchanga, AU Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry, and Minerals. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is already a powerful union, a powerful combo, a very strong relationship between Afreximbank and the African Union Commission, and it's only getting stronger today. The signing of this new MOU is a testament to that growing collaboration between the institutions. It's an important milestone for the continent too. It'll see Afreximbank and AU deepen their collaboration in support of trade and economic development. It's especially timed as we embark on the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063. It's a partnership that epitomizes the philosophy of developing and delivering African solutions to African challenges, and is one that will undoubtedly serve the continent as we pursue the ambitions of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Professor Benedict Orama of Afreximbank and Albert Muchanga, His Excellency the Ambassador and AU Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry and Minerals, are now signing the MOU between the two organizations that will define expanded areas of collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, the documents have been signed. Congratulations to the two parties. Thank you, gentlemen. Even greater things to come. One more round of applause as they exit the stage. Now we move swiftly on. There are a lot of other deals to be done. I'm now going to invite to the stage the CEO of Be Smart Technology, Mr. Mai Wen Hao, and from Afreximbank, the signatory on that end, Mr. Ayman El Zogbi, who is the Acting Director, Trade and Corporate Finance at Afreximbank, the two signatories for the next $30 million interstate transit guarantee. As Ayman and Mai take the stage, let me tell you what they're signing. This is a facility type that's an interstate transit guarantee. Afreximbank is providing a container deposit guarantee facility to Be Smart Technologies of Uganda. The facility, which is part of Afreximbank's African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme, will remove the requirement for container users to pay an upfront security deposit to shipping lines for obligations related to damage, demurrage, and total loss, thereby removing one of the key barriers to trade in the marine transport industry. Now, this facility will benefit SMEs and other mid-sized trading entities, improve turnaround efficiencies at ports and border posts, and accelerate the potential for the digital integration of import and export flows into trade finance platforms. That is the $30 million interstate transit guarantee between B-Smart Technology and Afreximbank. It has been signed. You've witnessed it. A round of applause, please. Staying with B-Smart, I'm not going to let you go yet. There's more. There's much more. Gentlemen, staying with B-Smart Technology, we have another one. I'm going to ask Mr. Mai Wen Ho to remain there to sign the $1.18 billion engagement letter to provide financial advisory services to B-Smart Technologies to raise capital for the development of integrated customs designated stop areas. This is in the amount of $1.18 billion. It's an interstate transit guarantee, and the document they're signing is a mandate letter between B-Smart Technology and Afreximbank. Ayman is doing the honors yet again. B-Smart has grand ambitions. They want to build, operate, and manage 38 integrated customs designated stop areas across the East African corridor. That's in many countries, ladies and gentlemen: Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Zambia, South Sudan. And some of those key services include secure public amenities and truck parking areas, customs documentation, verification, and transit truck parking areas, logistics hubs and special economic zones, bonded warehouse parks, container yards, vehicle inspection centers, and an affordable housing estate. 1.18 billion, mandate letter signed. Round of applause, please. That is B-Smart Technology and Afreximbank. Now you can leave the stage, gentlemen. Congratulations. Let's I now call on, I hope she's in the audience. If not, I might have to call on one of our other colleagues. But Mrs. Kanayo Owani, is she here? I know she's much in demand. Aha, there, I see her there. Wonderful. Could you please join us, Ms. Kanayo Owani? A round of applause for our Executive Vice President, Intra-African Trade Bank, Afreximbank, the busiest, one of the busiest people at the Trade Forum today. And today, she's signing something big. And I will now call on Ronald Kasapatu, who is the Director of Government Relations, Partnerships, Agriculture, and Microinsurance for ZEP-RAY. Now, what are we signing here? This is a $300 million interstate transit guarantee term sheet, and it is between ZEP-RAY and Afreximbank. They're partnering to boost ZEP-RAY's capacity by $300 million in support of primary and national sureties issuing transit bonds to eligible clients under the COMESA Regional Customs Transit Guarantee Scheme. Now, this partnership will enhance the capacity for sureties to reduce their risk exposure and increase their support to clients to facilitate trade, facilitate the participation of African industries in regional and global value chains, mitigate the risk of non-transit imported goods and non-payment of duties and taxes, enhance industry performance, and catalyze economic growth. Also provide capital relief and reduce volatility in the insurance sector. The partnership will also diversify the bank's trade facilitation instruments, deepening Afreximbank African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme and increase revenue for customs authorities in transit countries. It is a $300 million interstate transit guarantee term sheet. It has been signed. Applause, please. I now will ask my colleague, Mrs. Kanayo Awani, please to stay with us because we have another deal, the final deal for this segment. This deal is done and dusted, closed. This is Innovative General Insurance, IGI of Zambia. I'm going to call on Mr. Luabelwa, who is the director and co-founder, Innovative General Insurance, IGI for short, to join us as the signatory together with Mrs. Awani from Afreximbank. Those are your signatories, and this is what they're signing. It is a facility agreement, an interstate transit guarantee. An interstate transit guarantee of $10 million between Afreximbank and IGI of Zambia, which is a Zambia-based insurance provider. They issue transit bonds for Zambia Freight Forward Association members. That's things like clearing and freight forwarding agents to facilitate the movement of goods across trade barriers involving Zambia. Now, this $10 million facility is for Afreximbank to provide a transit guarantee facility to increase the capacity of Innovative General Insurance and to extend its support to ZAFA members. The facility will facilitate movement of goods in RECs, regional economic communities, as well as under the AFCFTA. And the $10 million interstate transit guarantee is signed, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, IGI Zambia. Now, one more has come through. I told you she's the busiest woman in the room, Mrs. Kanayo Awani. This is the last one, but I'm sure there'll be more. This one is with Red Sea Bunkering, FZCO of Djibouti, the port nation of Djibouti. It's for $35 million, and it's a dual tranche trade finance facility. Your co-signatory is Abdi Ismail Kahin. Mr. Kahin is CEO, Red Sea Bunkering. Welcome him to the stage, please. I hope he's here. He's here in 2 minutes' time. Okay. If it's 2 minutes' time, we'll have to pause that one because I know 2 minutes is like my 20 minutes for you. So give them a round of applause, please. Those are the ones that we're signing today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move straight on with the program. There is quite a packed program and we want to stay on time now. Beyond that, there is actually a presentation. Kanayo, I have a presentation, yes. 1 second, I'll just find out if we're sticking with this program. Are we staying with this, the presentation? Yeah, no, is that it? She's leaving now. Okay. Do we have the session? Thank you for bearing with me. This is live, so changes do happen. The program continues, but we've got sort of a slight change on who's going to be presenting. We're having an opening presentation. It's on the Intra-African Trade Bank, accelerating intra-African trade and market connectivity. I want you to welcome Dr. Gainmore Zanabria, who is the acting director for the Intra-African Trade Bank of Afreximbank, to give this short opening presentation, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for Gainmore Zanabria.
Thank you very much, Mark. And I think after very colorful signing ceremonies, I will try to keep my presentation short. I had prepared a presentation, but I thought it may be faster if I just focus on the key issues that Afreximbank is doing to accelerate intra-African trade, support the implementation of the AFCFTA, and ensure that we connect Africa, we connect the markets. A number of you are probably aware that the continent lags behind in a number of indicators. If you look at intra-African trade, it's very low, around 16%. If you also look at intra-African investment, which we now call Africa Direct Investment, it's also very low. The levels of industrialization are very low in terms of digital connectivity, air connectivity, infrastructure. We have all these challenges. But at Afreximbank, we have actually designed various tools and interventions to address these challenges, to ensure that the continent can actually trade with each other. And one of the things that I actually want to highlight is that we have always been asking ourselves, why is intra-African trade so low? Why are we trading 16% with ourselves and we are not actually trading more like what Europe is doing, which is almost sitting at close to 70%, as well as Asia? We did a research which actually showed that one of the major challenges is lack of access to trade and market information. And this is the main reason why we actually decided to convene the Intra-African Trade Fair. This is basically to connect buyers and sellers. And this is the reason why most of you are here, to ensure that you network, you connect. But we also had to dig deeper. We realized that there are a number of challenges in terms of how goods can move from Egypt to South Africa, from Egypt to Kenya. The logistic and infrastructure challenges are some of the challenges that are actually affecting intra-African trade. And we have been putting in place interventions to actually support the infrastructure, all the way from railway, from the maritime. We know that in Africa, we own less than 1% of the shipping vessels that are carrying almost up to 90% of trade. But if you take Egypt, Algeria, and Tunisia, they can actually put a shipping line that can connect North Africa to West Africa. Why are we not doing this? These are some of the issues that we've been discussing. We need to focus on the maritime initiative to connect Africa. Afreximbank is also working with the African Association of Airlines to actually bridge connectivity within the continent. If you look at what happened in the 1980s, we used to own up to about 45% share of the airline industry. It has declined to 20% right now. So we're actually working with the African Association of Airlines to try and reverse that trend. We are also looking at other barriers that affect the movement of goods from one country to the other. We were at the buyers program on the first day. One of the buyers actually told us to move a container from Tanzania to Nigeria, it takes about 3 months. Whereas to get a container of similar products from Brazil, it takes only 14 days. So this is the other reason why the continent is actually not trading with each other. So at Afreximbank, we have diagnosed all these challenges and we have put in place financing and trade facilitation interventions that we are using to address all these challenges. Let me start with the financing. On the financing, we disbursed more than $20 billion in the past 5 years before we started implementing our new strategic plan in 2022. So from 2022 to 2026, we are going to disburse 40 billion to support intra-African trade. We'll dedicate that finance to intra-African trade. And we've got a range of financial instruments that we have, including the global facility for intra-African trade champions, where we support the likes of Dangote, El Swidi, Assam Alam, and others. We are also looking at another key project, the EPC initiative, which is currently being launched by my Vice President, who is not able to deliver this presentation. This is another important initiative that is going to ensure that Africans will be at par, will actually compete with other construction companies from other countries. That EPC market is worth about 60 billion. And at Afreximbank, we've been able to work with some of the top Egyptian companies to actually conclude deals worth about 12 billion. So we're actually facilitating the establishment of infrastructure that will help to connect Africa. We also have got a range of intra-African investment facilities and guarantees that will facilitate a player in South Africa to be able to invest in Kenya or Egypt, and Afreximbank will provide the finance that is required, as well as the guarantees. It ranges from the country risk guarantees, as well as the other guarantees that you need to ensure that you can actually go in another African country and invest. Afreximbank is going there to de-risk and ensure that we promote what we call Africa direct investment, which is very important for the continent. We also have other financing products that will support SMEs. I talked about the big players, but we've got the SME development program that we also are implementing. We work with local financial intermediaries. We've been working with a number of entities also in Egypt and other African countries to provide them with lines that they can use now to support SMEs, smallholder farmers, as well as women and youth. These are also important stakeholders that we really need to support for the AfCFTA to make sense. We should not neglect these important constituencies. We also have a factoring facility, which is a key instrument where we also provide invoice discounting and other support services. These are also other instruments that will support SMEs. We also, aside from finance, we realize that at Afreximbank, you cannot just throw the money at all these problems. You also need to work on the facilitation side of trade. And one of the instruments that you also saw being signed is the Transit Guarantee Scheme. As you heard from my president, the movement of goods within the continent is a major challenge. So we are now implementing this Transit Guarantee Scheme to ensure that goods can move from South Africa to Egypt and make the Cape to Cairo dream a reality. And we are also implementing, as you probably heard, the adjustment fund, the 10 billion adjustment fund that will support the implementation of the AfCFTA. We are facilitating the development of value chains by actually supporting the private sector, including SMEs, to be able to adjust to the AfCFTA. We also have another important instrument which we call the Export Trading Companies Initiative, whereby we are providing about 750 million US dollars to facilitate the establishment of export trading companies that will aggregate goods that are produced by smallholder farmers, by SMEs, by even large entities, and take those products to the market. The export trading companies will actually address the institutional market failure. They will provide market intelligence. They will be able to operate at scale, and that will basically bring efficiencies, reduce the costs. I also want to briefly talk about the Africa Trade Gateway, which is also another key instrument that we are using at Afrexim Bank to connect various players in trade. We believe that the digital solutions are very important to actually cut the barriers. So you have heard about the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, where we are actually facilitating payments in local currencies. And by doing that, we'll actually make trade that was being diverted to actually take place. Take, for example, Kenya is trying to send its tea to Egypt, but Egypt is not able to pay for that tea in Kenya because they need US dollars. But right now they've got a shortage of forex. So if you then allow trade to take place in local currencies, where an exporter of tea from Kenya can export it to Egypt, and Egypt buyer will actually use the Egyptian pound to pay the exporter in Kenya, that will actually facilitate trade. We'll actually cut the transaction costs by 5 billion annually. And this will actually facilitate intra-African trade and connect the African markets. We also have got other initiatives under the Africa Trade Gateway that I will not go into because of time, but I just want to highlight that as part of the connection, one of the key initiatives is the trade fair, where we actually connected one young person who came to the trade fair from Nigeria in 2018. The youth was basically involved in the drone technology. He came here at the trade fair. We managed to connect that young person to Singapore. Right now, that young person is in Singapore manufacturing drones that are being used for agricultural production. So this is the power of the IATF to connect markets. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gainmore Zanamwe, Acting Director of the Intra-African Bank, Trade Bank. Now, actually, I always sit next to Dr. Gainmore at lunch. Scintillating, spicy conversation, but he always carries a little bottle of Rwandan hot sauce wherever he goes. So I always make sure that I sit next to him so we can pour it liberally over our food. Now, moving on, we're going to go to the main session now. This is the first panel discussion of the day, and it is related to intra-African trade, shaping Africa's industrial architecture in an era of disruption. Your moderator, if you were here yesterday, you saw him moderate a wonderful panel. He's back again to join us, head of Champion South Africa and one of South Africa's premier media titans. Please welcome Mr. Ashraf Garda.
I must say, I've never been called a media titan before, Mark, and I'd rather be far more modest about that. And maybe state the obvious, that all of you are champions in your field, and you're champions in your space. And being champions in your space, you have this big responsibility of building what you have to ensure that the organizations that you represent are champion organizations. So leave the titan to me, but all of you, give yourself applause, because you are the champion people that we need to build a champion continent. So can you give yourself applause? It's really important. All right. But I think the applause needs to be louder for yourselves. So let's do that. I want to hear it louder. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Right. Okay, a few things that you need to note. Firstly, the hashtag is important. Do follow, the IATF on Twitter or X and Instagram and other platforms, but also the hashtag that I want you to use, IATF 2023. And the reason for that is, even as part of the audience, you can let's call it tweet out or Instagram out your own comments and share that to a broader audience. In that way, what you're doing is you're ensuring that people who are not here, in fact, are here anyway, because you've passed the message on, which is really, really important. Right, let's get to the important conversation around intra-African trade, shaping Africa's industrial architecture in an era of disruption. That's such a critically important conversation, I think, to have, right? And I'm very fortunate, we are very fortunate, we have 4 panelists who are going to take us through all this. So let me call them up one at a time. Firstly, put your hands together for His Excellency Albert Muchanga, the AU Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry and Minerals. Loud applause for him, please. Woo! Yep. Thank you. Thank you, and looking forward to the conversation. Let me just guide you to your seats. All right, so let's get to 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then put your hands together as well for Sionle Yo, who's the Group CEO of AFG Holdings, which is the Atlantic Group. The Atlantic Group, thank you. Right, and the other 2 speakers from the panel can also just get up here. Do we have our speaker? Yeah, okay, well, Sionle, we've got you, and the other 2 that I'll call up, you can just stand, it'll just quicken things up there. Okay, I don't see, we've got Solomon there, right? Okay, let's see where, if someone can assist just to get Sionle up here. I know we were delayed, right? Okay, so Sionle Yo will come up just now, Group CEO from the Atlantic Group. Mr. Solomon Quaino is with us, the Vice President for Private Sector Infrastructure and Industrialization at the African Development Bank. Big applause for him, please. Thank you. If you can just sit next to the Commissioner, right? And the third of the speakers, in this new position, newly appointed, I gather, Executive Vice President of Afrexim Bank, Mr. Hissam Al-Mayargi, who's just joined us. Thank you so much. Applause for him too. Thank you. Okay. If you can just get down to that side there. Right. Just to double check, the 4th of the panelists, do we have them here? No. If not, we're going to just move on. We should. If not, we'll move on. All right. Let me just get over here. Can I then suggest that we just shift to this with all of you, please? In the order that you came. Oh, let's get, okay, you can come up here. Let's get you the order that I introduced you. So you sit there, you get to number 2, and you stay there. No problem. Thank you. It just helps from a functionality point of view. Okay. Thank you so much, and appreciate your time. Right, if we get the 4th of the panelists, just bring them up here, and I will certainly get you up here. Now, the conversation we're having should excite each and every one of you, right? Because it's really at the heart of why we're here, right? Which is the type of shifts that not just the continent, but in particular, the Intra-African Trade Fair should be able to inspire. Otherwise, what are we doing here, right? So we're very much there. But in terms of this topic, shaping Africa's industrial architecture, in an era of disruption. And that key word is disruption, because we really are in this era of disruption. So I'm going to start firstly by asking each one of you to talk for about 3 minutes maximum. But I'm going to suggest as you talk, I'll remind you what I've said before. There are 3 audiences. There's the audience here, there's the live streaming audience, and there's an audience who will watch this on YouTube channels and other channels in package form later on. And there's also others who will follow it in terms of the words later on. So the words that you say carries tremendous clout, because you have a seat at the table, and therefore the message needs to be delivered to them. So if I can start with you, Commissioner, your thoughts on that topic, shaping Africa's industrial architecture in an era of disruption. What do you want to tell us about that?
Thank you very much. Quite a lot, but since you said we should be brief, I'm going to be very brief. First, the issue of disruptors. There are several of them. We've got the geoeconomics and the geopolitics, which are fragmenting international trade. And this is bringing in trade high levels of inflation, food insecurity, energy insecurity, among others, as well as disruption of supply chains. Then you have the issue of innovation. We are in the era of Industry 4.0, or the 4th Industrial Revolution. If a region, a country, has not built internal capacities to really leverage the opportunities of Industry 4.4, then they're not going to industrialize rapidly. Then we have the existential threat of climate change. And that is bringing in trend the question of decarbonization. And some regions are moving very, very fast in this. I can give one example. The European Union. They've come up with the cross-border adjustment facility mechanism. So if you do not meet the standards required in as far as the green transition is involved, you cannot export into that market. And that's a major disruption. Now, the issue is how do we react? And that's how the intra-African trade comes in. We need one large market as a point for recovery, a point for prosperity, and a point for resilience. And in this market, production is the starting point. We need to produce industrial goods of a high quality, very good standards, and which can really meet the needs not just of Africans, but consumers across the world. And this requires development of regional and continental value chains. And to make them distinct, not imitations from other industrial goods being imported from other parts of the world, which actually are going to be dumping. You need to invest in intermediate production as well as final goods, and that brings in a trend, development of industrial skills and development of facilities for research and development. And let me indicate the final disruption since we came out of it, and this is the COVID-19 pandemic. And the reality is that for a long time, the world is going to face major health challenges. And the lesson to Africa is that for us to survive the future challenges, the pharmaceutical industry must be well developed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that comment, Commissioner of the AU. Let's move on then to Solomon Quaino from the African Development Bank. Okay, you've got 3 minutes to make some seriously important points on this issue. Go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay,
yes.
no. Thank you very much, Ashraf. I'll try my best not to repeat what His Excellency has already, talked about. I mean, clearly there are near-term disruptions. The geopolitics, which His Excellency has talked about. We all know that as a result of COVID, we were bottom of the rung in terms of PPEs and vaccine supply. The Russian-Ukraine war has disrupted the grain market. We know we have to find ways to ensure that we not only feed Africa, but we even feed the rest of the world. But for me, we've been constantly reshaping because we're part of global supply chains as Africa, but we're the bottom part of global supply chains. That is the commodity side. And so even before these near-term disruptions, and His Excellency is right, the carbon border, adjustment mechanism is actually going to really impact, African exports into Europe. But yes, we're working on the renewable side. But, we've always had to reshape because we've always been at the bottom of the value chain. And this is why we need to focus really on areas where we competitively produce the raw materials as Africa. I mean, the only exception, I do agree with His Excellency, is pharma. Yes, we don't produce the APIs yet. We import primarily from China and India. But we need to also gradually do that for a minimum security of supply for Africa. But otherwise, we need to focus really in the value chains where we are competitive. And so this would include agro-processing. 65% of the remaining arable land in the world is in Africa. We are already even producing reasonably well with the smallholder farmer systems. Now, just imagine if we overlay the fourth industrial revolution on that, ag-tech, and then we begin to also commercialize, go into more large-scale commercial farming in areas where we're competitive. We would be able to actually do a lot more in that value chain. So that's why, at the recent Africa Investment Forum, ourselves, AfriExim, Arise, and the Islamic Development Bank signed to be partners of the Alliance for Specialized Agro-Industrial Processing Zones, because we really want to address agro-processing and make sure that we actually, value add in agro-processing and trade and supply within Africa. Cotton to textiles to garments, that's a regional value chain. We have several countries in that space. Then we talk about, critical minerals. We produce the critical minerals for the electric vehicle battery supply chain. Why don't we actually value add? Why are we evacuating all of this to other, geopolitical markets that are looking to, create this? We conducted a study with Bloomberg, and it showed that we can actually produce this, Your Excellency, at a third of the cost, relative to, to the developed markets. So we have to find a way to actually attract, parties in the developed markets to come and partner with us to produce here. But we should take advantage of our own regional value chains. The critical minerals are in DRC, they're in Zambia. But the biggest industrial nation in Africa is your country, South Africa. With CSIR doing the research and development, why don't we really have that full, regional value chain in place in Africa? So for us, we believe that we should focus really where we're competitive, take advantage of the fourth industrial revolution, leapfrog in terms of productivity. Yes, there are some challenges in terms of automation, reducing jobs in the labor-intensive industry, but it also creates new jobs. Take a look at what I call the kite. The kite is Egypt, Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa when it comes to the fourth industrial revolution. Our youth are using technology, to actually enable various industries. Let's take advantage of that. Let's even export that in the future. So for me, it's really not shaping the value chain, but we continue to reshape. And at the recent Africa Investment Forum, which we held in Marrakesh, actually November 8th through the 10th, and this is a forum that our partners, AfriExim, TDB, Africa 50, AFC, and several others, have actually come together to create a transactional platform to actually attract global and African, direct investments into these critical sectors. The topic for this year was, really unlocking Africa's value chains. And we were able to actually generate serious interest of about $34 billion in Africa's value chains. The regional corridors, we need to do that so that logistic costs make us competitive. We need to take advantage of urbanization. We're beginning to see, most of in fact, Africa is the fastest urbanizing continent. Let's take advantage of that to create pockets of demand. So look, we'll continue to reshape. The opportunities are there. Yes, we're not as diversified in that space now, but we have to be deliberate about it.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sort of hoping that in terms of doing that there's a greater assertiveness about doing that, what you've just said. But we'll get to that in a moment. Let me bring in the third of the panelists, Haissam Al-Mayergi, the newly appointed Executive Vice President of Afrexim Bank. Right, you've heard the others. You have a strong view on this. I know that. You've got 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if it's mic is working.
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
So let me put it this way. Our organization should be contributing in terms of building capacity and building rails for youth, for investors, for traders, for this jump to happen. And if we want to think about it, we have to have a short-term plan and a long-term plan. Short-term plan is the obvious. If you look at the previous presentation, we are trading at 17% intra-Africa, while the Europeans of the world and the Chinese and the Asians are looking at 70. From 17 to 70, there is a huge gap that all countries need to be serious about. How are they joining the payment and settlement system Pan-Africa? How are they being part of talking to their customs and easing things, because we have a long way to go. There's a lot of practical examples that we really need to work hardly on and not just talk about it in terms of every of the countries around the continent. This is short term, this will help us in short term, but in the long term, I think we should be obsessed with building youth capacity and building it what enable us to, in the future, when we think about industrialization, we don't yet again go and import machines from outside the continent, experts from outside the continent, so that they can teach us how to go to the next level of production. We need to have our people building this for us. And for us to do this, this means education, spending a lot on job certification, and this is our future. And if you think about it, I would rather have an engineering medical college that and invest in this, that will graduate people who will do 100 hospitals, while I invest in a hospital, but the same investment I can put it and build 100. Same thing of building our factories, of building capacity. So a big part of our focus should be directed into really educating the African young population, which we are the youngest continent on the planet, into creating the real power, and also teach them how to start where other ends. We don't need to go through the process that every other continent went through. So what is the trend now? It's digitization, it's ESG. We can look at experiences from places like India and China, where they build capacity through educating in technology and exporting this manpower to the world in outsourced bases and so on. So a lot of work be done short term in terms of opening borders, in terms of payments, but long term, if we're really serious about changing the history, it's all about building capacity for our youth and their education.
And you certainly left us lots to think about. Thanks for those opening thoughts, right? Let me then bring in Sion Leo, who's the Group CEO of AFG Holdings, which is, of course, the Atlantic Group. So you got 3 minutes. Thank you to make a point. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ashraf. I will try and make it in English. Okay, for my neighbor too.
Yes, yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. So, first of all, as a global player in terms of banking and insurance, and as part of the Global Atlantic Group that has been founded, and that is led by a Pan-African champion. You may know him, I believe, Mr. Dosongi Kone. We are honored and pleased to contribute to this panel discussion today and share our vision for our continent development. Thanks to Afreximbank for this opportunity that is given to us. Indeed, the last decade, as it has already been said, has witnessed a significant decrease in the agricultural sector contribution to the GDP of most countries across Africa. But this was mainly to the benefit of the tertiary sector due to the soaring of some key subsectors like telecommunications, finance, transport, and distribution. The consequence of this is our continent remaining dependent on others to both transform our raw materials and to provide us with manufactured products needed in our daily life. Clearly, it is now time, and this is what we are doing now, to strategize on how to reduce this dependency by setting up a sound Africa industrialization agenda. This will include structuring global markets, being them regional or continental, and allocating the value chain based on the potential of each country or region. Indeed, industrialization, being capital intensive, requires strong and long-term committed financial players. This clearly matches the vision of our group, the AFG Group, as we intend to be the financial partner in banking and insurance of all economic players who work at transforming our continent. Thus, we will be supporting governments, especially in building infrastructure needed by industries, but we will also be, of course, financing private sector companies from SMEs to large corporates. We will be also financing public sector and institutionals, and indeed individuals who, in the end, are the consumers of the products produced. We will be doing it, of course, alongside with our fellow banking players, being them at continental level, as Afreximbank, AFDB, African Development Bank, and others, and with regional or local banks. So this panel is really welcome for AFG to recall our commitment as a Pan-African financial player, both in banking and insurance, I insist, because we are also an insurance company group, as we continue expanding our group throughout the continent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So moving on, let me just encourage you in the half an hour or so we have remaining to keep it pretty loose. So if you have, any one of you, if you have an opinion, just raise your hands. If you agree with your panelists or you disagree, just raise your hands and say, I'd like to add my own opinion. I want to keep it pretty open as opposed to too structured. But having said that, here's the one that I want to keep structured, but I want a very quick 30-second answer, just 30 seconds, right? You see, we can talk about disruption, we can talk about creating new value chains for the continent, and we all agree on that. But here's the big question. What is Africa's USP? What is our unique selling proposition? What makes us globally competitive? So I don't want a long answer. I want a quick thought about this one. Let me start with you. What in 30 seconds, just what makes us globally competitive as a continent?
I think the youngest continent, second, the resources we have, but third and mostly is that we have a long way to go for us to move from extra trade to intra-trade, which is actually a lot of money coming in, a lot of saving to every. So there is a lot of money to be made of the things that we were missing in the past that we can do now with the two resources, human and
okay, interesting way to take it. I mean, young, you made the point, but the fact that we've done so little means we can do so much more. I mean, in fact, what you're saying, that's really important. Okay, what about your thoughts? Our USP?
So I think, look, our primary USP is the fact that we are blessed and endowed with great minerals and arable land. Yeah, so that's the input into almost all value chains globally. It starts in Africa, it ends elsewhere. But a lot of times, it starts and then we send it in commodity form and then we import, the finished products. We need to move up the value chain. But I do agree as well with him that going forward, our USP is our youth. Very dynamic, growing,
And
IT specialists, that's going
And therefore,
forward.
lots more time needs to be spent in investing in building the youth of Africa into the champions that we speak about, right? Your thoughts in terms of our USP, His Excellency?
Because there's some, it's a coming on and on. I really did not get the question. Because when you are speaking there, I did not come.
All right, let me repeat
Let
it
me
if you
come
can hear
here.
me. If you can hear me carefully, what I'm saying, what is our unique selling point? What makes Africa, what's the one advantage we've got over everybody else, okay? The same with you, Sione. If you can't hear properly, I'll come to you. We'll make a
Yes.
plan, all right? Thank you.
One, we are a young population and a growing population. Our demographers indicate that, our experts around the world, is that from now onwards, up to the year 2100, Africa's population is going to grow. And in the in the investment community, he's an investor. They are always going to tell you that demography is destiny. So, the future of Africa, in terms of population, really is going to be shaped in a very advantageous manner because of being a young population. Number two, in terms of natural resource endowments, we are the richest region in the world. The richest region in the world. But in terms of economic development, we are the poorest region in the world. To prosper, we need to add value to those resources. There is a foundation in India. They've made a preliminary estimate of the value of Africa's natural endowments. And their preliminary figure is 193 trillion US dollars. Match that against our aggregate GDP of 3.4 trillion US dollars. The opportunity is vast, and we can sell that one.
Okay, thank you for that. Sione, if you can, just let me know if you can hear me clearly. I asked what makes Africa globally competitive?
What makes Africa
Globally competitive. What gives us an edge?
competitive? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ashraf. Of course, as His Excellency just said, Africa is rich for the demographic dividends, the youth of its population, for its natural resources. We have all this. So what would make us competitive, I believe, is first having vision. Having vision on what we want to be, what we want to become, what we want to do with the resources we have. These resources are so much important. And once we have a vision, we need to have more action. More action, it means we need to be more focused on hard work. Because when you look at Asian countries, they were coming from far, but they were able to deliver very fast in just a span of decades because of hard work, thanks to hard work, vision and hard work. And then we need to ensure that we, let's say, drive the best from our population. How do we educate our people? Our population is growing fast, but it needs to be educated, well educated. So what is the system we put in place? But all this is about vision. If you have a vision, if you have a clear strategy to reach your ambitions, if you give yourself the means to it is possible. So
But do we have a vision?
And I believe, sorry?
Yeah, do we have a vision?
Well, I mean, when you look at what is happening currently on our continent, you see that vision is not enough there. It's not enough there, or at least its implementation is not that obvious. But I believe that such occasions that Afrexim Bank is giving to the continent, such opportunities give a chance to discuss, to talk, to give some insights and see how our governments, how our leaders are transforming their vision. I believe it is coming. Clearly, you can see it in some countries, it is coming, and we need to continue and push and fuel this move. We can make it, and I'm sure we'll be there.
I think the issue of vision is
Ashraf,
particularly important. You want to add to that? Yeah.
Yeah, I want to take advantage of the fact that you've asked us to disrupt you.
I've done that.
Okay. You know, there's one other aspect that I want to emphasize. I mean, we've touched on it, but let me emphasize it. It's really the fact that we have a growing consumer market, okay, that's also more middle income. So this is the destination for for groups that want to invest and grow their business. And let me expand just very briefly. We just had the Africa Investment Forum. 80 companies from Japan came. A lot of times in the past, Japanese companies have been interested in Africa, and Your Excellency, you'll probably confirm this, has been more really for the extractive industries, evacuation, whether it's LNG, whether it's nickel, etc. But the likes of Sumitomo, the likes of Mitsubishi, the likes of Mitsui are actually investing in African companies for B2C, business to consumer, which surprised me. Yeah. Okay. And part of the reason is they have a rapidly dwindling population in Japan. So they've got to look for, the next big consumer markets. And that is what Africa is providing. Not just a large consumer market. I mean, we have 1.2 billion people. And this is why the CFTA is critical. The CFTA creates a large single market as opposed to fragmented 54 markets, right? So a lot of investors globally who play for the long term are paying attention. Let's make sure that we actually develop this market further. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Well, I think talking about the CFTA is particularly important. I want to get your thoughts on this from the bank's perspective. Yeah, I mean, what's your take on that? I mean, a lot has been spoken about it. It should create this monolith, this one block. What do you want to take out of it in terms of the leverage we can have internally and externally as one block?
Yeah. So basically, this is aiming at exactly what has been said. This is the largest growing labor market and consumer market. So, and in an age where other areas of the world are either aging or declining in population, you have a very clear advantage now that you need to unlock yourself. So what this is doing is that basically by removing tariffs and non-tariffs for products and services, this is unleashing the wealth of labor and resources we're having and using the nearshore and everything. The whole idea, to your point, so what can we do more? I think, as we said before, to move from 1.7 to 7.0 in terms of inter-trade, or to save the $5 billion that we are losing every year in our payments using third currency intermediaries, we really need to put our hearts and minds as governments, as central banks around it, in terms of quickly adapting to the local payment systems, quickly adapting our tax and tariffs to this, because this is the future of a lot of our countries. While they're busy with a huge agenda, I think this is one part of the agenda that need to go up across Africa. And as you've seen in the previous session, the bank used to do a lot of things in terms of the cross-border guarantees, the guarantees program. We need to do a lot together to comfort investors as they go into Africa. We're trying to focus on areas like agro, automotive, also in terms of financing, but and also not only financing, but also advocacy. So us together, we can do a lot of efforts in pushing it, but I think it's the onus on every country around the continent to start to see that this is a big part of my agenda. I need to push it because the opportunity there is humongous in terms of the gap. We have a lot of money to make that we didn't make before.
Very important. Well, you know, I often talk from where I sit on the Champion South Africa platform. I say, champion people, champion nation, and therefore by extension, champion people, champion continent. So maybe while I've got you here, you spoke earlier on about the youth, right? So what's your thoughts from the bank side around benefits around knowledge sharing platforms? Because I would think all of that has to be focused on the largest untapped market on the continent.
Yes. So the biggest example of knowledge sharing is what we're doing today and this week. And the idea of talking together and sharing the knowledge, whether in a forum like this or every time peer-to-peer people meet, is where the business will understand more SMEs and other businesses and modify and find the right finance for it, is where the government will understand around the continent the real need for people that we do this. In our side, we did a lot of initiatives, and I think most of the people behind it did. Like we have this academy that we're looking at sponsoring 100,000 graduates around 60 subjects that we find important. And again, back to where I started, we really need to invest in this knowledge sharing, but also in education. And not only education, there's a bigger trend that's happening now, which is job certification. And there's a huge difference between training and job certification, because a lot of our youth might get training, might get knowledge in their college, but when they try to compete with someone from other continent on a remote job, they fail, because there's big difference between are you ready for the job in terms of soft skill, hard skill, education, or are you just got a certificate from a college? So a lot of work needs to be done. I think one of the major experts that can come out of the continent because of the youth population that we have is the technology expert in terms of people, where, as you see, people trying to work with companies offshore, supporting them in programming and development, for example, while sitting home and getting their dollars into their country. A lot of work to be done, topic that I'm really passionate about.
Very much so. Well, I'll tell you what, we've got about 5 minutes to go, and that pressure can be magnified in terms of the pressure on the continent, you know, meaning I've got time pressures, but the continent's got time pressures. We need to move with a great sense of urgency about things. And therefore, I want to ask you, His Excellency Albert Muchanga, from the AU perspective, to just talk about what's the one thing holding us back. And as you are, hopefully you can hear me, right? You can hear me? I realize now. Yeah, I know. So what I was saying is, what's the one thing?
Please talk without the microphone.
What's the one thing holding us back that will prevent us from achieving all the things that we want to achieve?
There are a number of psychological and other substantive factors that are holding us back. I think one of the things that is holding us back is a belief that aid is going to develop Africa. Africa must really come out of that type of thinking and start believing that if we have to develop, we have to do it ourselves. And I always emphasize that development is a do-it-yourself process. Now, let's look at the industrial architecture of Africa as it is now. In my view, it is not satisfactory. Why? It's anchored on imitation. And that imitation is reflected is that quite a number of African industrial activities are anchored on the global value chain. And Africa is at the end of the global value chain. The marketing, the industrial design, the branding, even the leadership is done outside Africa. So when it comes now to appropriation of value from an industrial activity, we get very, very, very little. To come out of that, we need to start investing in internal capabilities. First and foremost, development of industrial skills across Africa. We need trained factory workers, supervisors, factory managers, factory directors. We need people trained in research and development. And it takes some time. And it's for this reason that we at the African Union have been advocating for the establishment of an African Manufacturing Institute. Because without that, it's very, very, very difficult to really do something. I can give you an example. A Chinese company a company in China is able to supply iPhones on behalf of the owner of the technology throughout the world. Now, let me ask a very simple question. As we are talking now, which African factory can fully supply the market of the African continental free trade area of 1.4 billion people? If you go in a shop, you say it's made in country X, and you find it in all the African Union member states. Which African factory can do that? There's none. So we have not invested in scale. Well, so those are some of the challenges that we face. And we need to resolve it.
Well, there you are. A lot needs to change. I mean, if I can just, we're going to wrap up now in 2 minutes or so. Sionle, if I can bring you in on this one, and I want to use a football example, soccer, football. If if Africa is the attacking players, if we the number 10, the playmakers trying to make things happen, we're up against a team of defenders who don't want us to score goals, right? I mean, why I'm asking that question is, which economic bloc that may even talk about collaboration and co-creation, I'm not talking of Africa outside, which ones are going to open the way for us willingly, or do we have to find another way to score the goal?
Well, the issue is...
Yeah. I would ask Sionle that question, yeah.
So the question is which way, African way, we can find to the...
how do we score, if you talk about economies as a goal in football, how do we score the goal when defenders are going to prevent us from scoring?
I'm sorry, the echo is very
That's why I got here.
I can't. Yeah, the echo.
Just go near.
Let me come to you very quickly.
The echo is good.
Basically, what I'm saying, we're the attacking team. We want to score a goal. The defenders don't want us to score.
Yes.
How do we score a goal?
Okay. Obviously. Okay. Very good. The image is a very good one about football and how we can strategize and score a goal while defenders are looking at preventing us to do so, of course. I believe His Excellency has said almost everything already. He said we need to train our champions. We need to find our own way of playing the game, not playing with the roles of others. We need to do less imitation, and we must not be counting on others to support us to get there. It is on our own that we will make it. And I think all has been said in this. So if we want to be able to win and to score a goal despite the strength of the defense we have to face, I believe we, as I said, we need this vision, and we need this appropriation, this ownership. We need this ownership, and I believe that some tools like the EFCFT, you say in English, EFCFTA, are vision tools, because it starts changing the rules of the game, because we define our own roles. Yeah. We say now Africa needs to be able to to be more integrated. We need to be more integrated. We need to be more together in Africa. We need not to only be oriented towards out of Africa.
Absolutely.
And this is very key, and this is a very good step. Now we need to implement it, because it's not just words, it's how you make it. And I said it means focusing on implementation, and it means hard work. Nothing will come overnight. You will have to work and build it. We need champions, African champions. We need not only to direct us, to show the way, but also to be able to coordinate and create this ownership of value chains that we can spread across regions, across the continent. Very important.
Thank you for that. And therein lies the challenge. I mean, the value chain is obvious, to use the football example again. Goalkeeper, defenders, defensive midfield, attacking midfield, strikers score the goal. That's the value chain. If we understand that, we've got it right. I'm going to ask you the last question.
Sorry,
you want to just answer quickly?
Sorry, and you can be as good as you want. If the referee is with the defender, you will not win.
Well, there we are. Thank you. All right. Just 15 seconds, yeah?
No, so the other football analogy is own goal.
Wow.
We need to actually, I mean, if there were ever a better time to have the political commitment to the implementation of the CFTA, it is now, post-COVID. Because without that political commitment, we are scoring our own goals. Yeah. So for me, African champions are very key. McKinsey did a study. African champions are really billion-dollar companies that operate across borders. There are about 400 of them. They can make industrialization work in Africa. They will benefit the SMEs in their corporate value chains. We really need to implement the CFTA once and for all and allow these African champions to become what? Global African champions who started in Africa. And I see my good friend Manuel sitting here. Manuel is a good example of an African champion that started in Africa and expanded, to Latin America and other places.
And
we need more of those.
We want more of the same. Well, that's where I'm going to leave it. So it's full time, let's call it that, in football analogy once again. Interesting, you spoke about the own goal. Just yesterday, I think Paul Kagame from Rwanda said, and I'm going to quote him, if the owners of the natural resources go around begging, then you should know there's something wrong with our minds. If the owners of the natural resources go around begging, then you should know there's something wrong with their minds. And that's a massive challenge that we all need to wrap up with. But I'll end with the flip side of that. And again, another sporting example. South Africa's rugby team has just won the World Cup, right? And the captain of the team, Siya Kolisi, comes from one of the most impoverished regions in our country, with one of the most impoverished backgrounds, to not just lead a team, but in my opinion, to be seen as probably one of the great sporting captains in the world in all sports. And I really do follow sport, right? And they premised their winning campaign on a campaign called Stronger Together. So I'm saying that because from the own goal of the resources and begging to the goal of being stronger together, if we can be stronger together in rugby, why can't we be stronger together in everything throughout our entire continent? That'll make us the champion continent. Thank you so much. Give them the biggest applause you can give them. Thank you. Right, thank you so much for your time, all of you. Much appreciated. I think they want to take a quick pic as we just stand up here, but we can...
Yes, what a handsome gathering there. Thank you, gentlemen, for a wonderful session, and thank you to the moderator, Ashraf Garda. There is much more to come, so stay in your seats, because nothing succeeds like success, right? Well, in a few moments, we're going to be talking about IATF success stories, and you want to hear those. In the meantime, let's play a video. Yes, the incredible power and energy of the IATF. And from the IATF, there are so many great partnerships, products, and platforms that emerge. So many success stories. That is the theme of the next session. It is IATF Success Stories, Accelerating Business and Economic Growth Across Africa. You're going to hear from an eclectic mix of individuals from both government, private sector, who are going to tell you how the IATF has contributed to their success. To moderate it, please welcome a lady who works tirelessly behind the scenes to make this trade forum and the Intra-Africa Trade Fair a reality. Please welcome the Director of Communications and Events for Afreximbank, Miss Anne Eze.
Thank you very much, Mark. Good morning, everyone. If I may ask our dear audience to take their seats so that we can get started. Thank you very much. Welcome. I'm delighted to be here with you today. This panel is focused on IATF's success stories, accelerating business and economic growth across Africa. But it really is, and what I like to call it, IATF Bragging Rights Panel. And why is that? IATF is in its third edition. It has successfully created an environment, the means, and the platform for governments, corporates, entrepreneurs, and anyone who is interested to actualize this vision of intra-Africa trade. So today, we will hear from our panelists who will share real-life experiences of their journey so far and the impact of IATF with them. So, without further ado, kindly join me in welcoming up on stage His Excellency Honorable Sile Zikalala, Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Republic of South Africa. Round of applause, please. Also welcoming on stage Mr. Sinethemba Sakuba, Chief Executive Officer, Electrical Electronics Quality Solutions. Thank you, sir. A very dear friend of IETF and Afrexim Bank as well, Mr. Mayen Zeke Baza, Head of Distribution and Financing, AAA Entertainment. Ms. Zodidi Gassab, CEO, African Naturals Trading Enterprise. Mr. Deola Ogunsemi, Group CFO, Oando PLC. That's how you know you have Nigerians in the house. And Mr. Oswald Anunadaga, founder and CEO of Floodgates International. Mr. Manuel Mota, Deputy CEO, Mota Angel. Do we have everyone? Yes. All right, are we good? Yes. So as you can see, we have a distinguished panel of storytellers, as I'm going to call them today, who are going to share their experiences of IETF with us. I think, let's just get right into it. Honorable Minister, in 2021, South Africa hosted IETF, and at that time, you were the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal Province. I would like for you to share two perspectives. One, what was the benefit to Durban hosting IETF? And then more broadly, what was the benefit to South Africa and South African businesses?
Well, thanks. And I think the question, if I can be specific, it gave the opportunity to SMMEs to display and market themselves. So one practical example will be the entity from KwaMashu in the township. They came to exhibit, they won, and they were given an award by Afrexim Bank to go and promote themselves in Dubai. Not only them, but a number of entities from South Africa benefited. About 1,200 exhibitors benefited. So you will see that. But the second experience, I think, we scored that time was the introduction of sub-sovereign engagement, which meant that structures below national government could also engage and develop relationships. That saw a number of governors coming to South Africa, whether you talk of Nigeria, Kenya, a number of provincial government leaders came and forged a relationship, which then took that a relationship into economic ties for various sub-sovereign structures in government. And those are the two outstanding, but the last was the deals. More than $46 million in form of deals were finalized and signed. So it was a great success, and we believe that this is a proper platform for making Africa trade with itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I don't think the audience heard the number, $46 million.
Yes, $46 million in terms of deals were concluded. And from various countries, there were more than 56 countries, including countries that are outside Africa. And that showed the interest that other continents have on Africa.
Thank you very much, Minister. This is really amazing from a country, but also from a business perspective. Senator Mba, I think we had a very successful auto show yesterday, and it continues today. As a leading provider of engineering solutions for the automotive industry, kindly share your ITF success story.
Thank you very much, Anne. I think my story was a bit of a good one because when we kicked off back in 2021 and joined the Inter-African Trade Fair, our company was only 2 months old. But I had taken the strategic decision to make sure in order for us to be visible and known within the auto industry, we needed a platform that would give us that stepping stone. At the time, we only had about 11 employees, and I think what the value we gained from there was the engagements that we had with the OEM leaders and some of the strategic decisions that were being taken and that will be driving the automotive industry. I think for me, if we fast forward down to 2023, where we are today, and we are currently exhibiting, from those discussions we had in 2021, we have managed to acquire a formerly owned Austrian company, logistics company, where now we are providing logistics services directly to the OEM. We currently have 8 parts that we receive from the tier 1 suppliers that we deliver directly to Mercedes-Benz down in East London. And this is a true testament of the value of the Inter-Africa Trade Fair because that gave us the strategic direction in order for us to facilitate that transaction. And I think going forward for us, the inspiration that you also get from the trade fair, I think now we're in an advanced stage to actually diversify a bit personally and get into the agricultural space. We're finalizing a sale of a commercial farm, and we want to seize the opportunity that is available within the African market. I think in East London, we have some of the, especially in the Eastern Cape, we have some of the most great farmlands within the continent. And I think for us, maybe as a closing point, the true measure for us as SMMEs and our companies would not be the revenue we generate or the profits, but our true measure would be the quality jobs and the lives we impact by the employment that we will create for our people. And that's basically our journey. I think currently now we've grown from 11 employees to a total of 90 direct jobs down in East London. We're getting there.
Feel free to give a round of applause. 11 to 90 employees. Talk about impact. Really, talk about impact. Thank you very much. Mayenzeke, AAA Entertainment is in the creative space, so a bit different from the automotive and from government. So it may not be obvious to many what the success or the benefits of business and IATF could be for you. Could you share your testimonial?
Okay, thanks, Anne. Maybe let me give a bit of a context to the audience. So I run a film sales, distribution, and financing company. So we're a global company out of Johannesburg, South Africa. We have offices in Lagos and Kenya. What I do in the creative sector, I'm in the film and television business. So I'm the person who actually gives value to the movies being created. I go out to the global market to find market for film producers in the continent. When they want to make movies or television series, they come to me and say, where is it gonna go? So I work with global players such as Netflix, Amazon, Disney, etc., etc. One of the greatest challenges in the creative sector, especially for all young entrepreneurs, is access to financing. There's no bank in the continent that wants to bank the creative sector. So there was never before. I first met Afrexim Bank through IATF, and I'm grateful to that. Basically, when I go to the market to find a market for producers, the market Back? Oh,
Yes.
it's called corporate sabotage. The other banks don't want to hear the truth. So when I go to the market, they give me what's called off-take agreements, which means they give me a contract. They don't give me the money up front, which means I have to take the contract to the bank and bank it. As you know, the creative sector is considered high risk. When they look at us, they think we play, we don't know what we're doing. So financial services or the financial sector really sees us as high risk because the product we create, they can't see upfront because we are the creative sector. So the difficulty is always about who can bank the creative sector. So when I was faced with all these challenges, I was then introduced to Afrexim Bank through IATF. So Afrexim Bank has been my greatest partner, where they've provided facilities for me to be able to bank the creative sector or the film and television business, the producers that I support. They didn't just do that, they've also given me great interest rate. So I borrow money at a good rate, and I'm really grateful for that. And I think for me, it's a very key thing and a call, especially to all the financial services or the banks in the continent, is that the creative sector is the next, they call is the next gold, or it is the current gold. And it has and can yield high returns and employs even to anyone with less education in the continent, as long as you've got the skill. So I think that's where we should be really investing as the financial sector. So I'm really grateful to Afrexim Bank for really banking me, and any other financial services that wants to bank the creative sector should really be partnering with us, especially, and sort of follow what Afrexim Bank has been doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And it's very easy to only see the outcome, the final product, the film, the album, and not really seeing the entire value chain and the work that needs to go in there. So thank you for sharing. Zodidi, you are an entrepreneur and a budding SME going into exports now. Tell us about your journey with IATF.
Well, how much time do we have? I'm very fortunate to have attended the Intra-Africa Trade Fair. This is my third time. Hopefully third time's a charm. The first time I attended the IATF, I was young, fresh, and absolutely clueless about what I wanted. And I just wanted to sell my products. The second time, I was invited as a speaker, so I'm been very fortunate that the third time I'm an exhibitor and a speaker. And as much as I'm in the cosmetics sector, I'm also very much a champion for Namibia and its cosmetics ecosystem. And I'm really hoping that the conversations that I've had since 2018, the new connections I've made, the distributors I've spoken to, the suppliers I've met here at IATF will hopefully carry me into the next phase of my business, which is in exporting. And as they say, I really hope that the third time's a charm and that in the future, hopefully the next time, I'll be invited as an exporter, where not only I can share the challenges within the Namibian ecosystem, but as Africa as a whole, but also share how at one point last year, I think, I really wanted to quit. And I think we really have to be honest also about our challenges. I was on the verge of, how challenging entrepreneurship is, and I wanted to quit, and then I heard of IATF and CanEx, which I'm really passionate about, and I was like, okay, one more try. And I would really like to encourage others to not give up as well, because entrepreneurship really is challenging, but once you know your why and you continue with your passion, you can foresee all the challenges and you can overcome with a lot of consistency. And I really appreciate platforms like this that make us meet with like-minded and like-passioned individuals that remind us of why we started. So hopefully next time I'll be an exporter.
Thank you so much, and wishing you all the best. I think it's also encouraging to see young businesses grow and thrive and become, the conglomerates that we wish them to be. So, power to you.
Thank you.
Deola, so we're switching gears a bit here. Oando is a leading corporate organization in the oil and gas space and 3-time sponsor and participant of IATF. So we must be doing something right. What's the corporate success story here? And how can others position themselves?
And thank you so much. The story of Oando is that of resilience, support, and ambition. The resiliency, when you run a big organization like we have right now, you have to keep reinventing yourself. And as you do so, you will face new challenges. You will invest, you will go into new terrains, and you have to have the willingness to see it through. You can't be short-sighted. You have to play a long game. So that's the resilience part, because there will be several storms for you to weather. That's the first part. The second part is around the support that you get. You have to ask who is going to be in your corner. For us, Afrexim has been in our corner for a very long time. In 2014, we did a major acquisition that redefined the company. We went from being a downstream company that started in the 50s to becoming a major upstream company. And at that time, Afrexim participated alongside other international banks. We raised about $550 million internationally. And Afrexim contributed $175 million out of the 550. They were the top contributors. We paid the facility off within 5 years, all of it. But as international banks, European banks pulled away from fossil fuel investment, Afrexim stepped up and they did more. And I went for a second round of financing and Afrexim did all of it. So I don't see Afrexim as a bank. I see Afrexim as our partner. Somebody we can go into a room with, discuss with, tell our dreams, our plans, and they come along and they help us achieve it. So that for me is the support. Of course, we also get government support. Wherever we go in to invest, we look to see how we can partner with the government of that country, of that state. There are things we do right, a lot of things we do right. And as we're doing them in Nigeria, we would like to take the ideas and go replicate them in other parts of Africa. So attending IATF, Afrexim has opened the world to us as well. We were not in the Caribbean before. We were trading amongst African countries and Europeans, take cargoes out of Africa, take them to Europe, or bring back into Africa. Now, Afrexim took us to Guyana. They took us to Barbados. All of a sudden, our world has expanded beyond Africa. That is as a result of the ideas and dreams of what Afrexim has been putting together. So I would like to commend Afrexim for what they've done for Africa, for what they've done to the Caribbeans. And when other banks are no longer there to fund fossil fuel, they've actually taken it on board and they've stepped up. And that we are appreciative of. Now, the last bit I'm going to say is, for us to grow, or for any business to grow, you can't do it without incentives. So I would like to implore the government to give more opportunities and more incentives to companies and small businesses as they're growing. Tax breaks will always help. Ability to move people from one part of Africa to another part of Africa with ease of getting visas. We have to look at that. So these are the things I would like to talk about. And it's been a great journey for us. It's been a successful journey for us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I can tell you without a doubt that the feeling is mutual. Thank you. Oswald, So, you are the CEO of Floodgates International, but hang in there. You are also the Chief Technology Officer of WingiPay, the Executive Director of the Ubuntu Development Network, and International Director of Membership for the Federation of African Law Students. And you were recently invited to the White House. Talk about bragging rights. Please share your story.
Okay, thank you very much. So I do involve myself in a number of things. And the reason this is so is because in Africa, we've realized that the challenges we have are wicked problems. So the challenge of sanitation has to do with the issue of water supply, which is also connected to a lot of other things. The issue of education, quality of education is connected to ability to finance the infrastructure for schools, teachers, quality of teaching and all that. So one thing that we realized when we set out to do business or to develop solutions for Africa is that you can't just focus on one thing, because the things are so interconnected, they are so interrelated that you end up having to solve 4 different problems to be able to finalize the solution for one. And so this is why, as African youth, we always consider every specific location or every specific sector that we can find ourselves in. We, Floodgates, are a digital technology company who are dedicated to solving some of Africa's biggest challenges. And one of the main things that we are focused on at the moment is providing digital identity services to power the infrastructure and the solutions that we have. Now, the World Bank has certain statistics. They say about 1 billion people worldwide have no form of verifiable identity. And even though this is worldwide, 500 million people out of this 1 billion are in Africa. So Africa has a unique challenge with us being undocumented and being unable to track people. And I don't mean tracking in terms of tracking their location, but tracking the kind of transactions that they do to be able to trust them to provide services. And McKinsey has a special statistic that says that countries can unlock up to 13% GDP by implementing digital identity alone. So this particular sector is what we have decided to focus on, to ensure that we provide a solution that allows for people to be able to identify themselves, verify themselves, to promote trust in the ecosystem. And why this is particularly important to the AFCFTA and trade worldwide is that we are developing a framework and a protocol to allow for us to transact between countries. But one of the biggest challenges in Africa is due to the lack of verifiable identity is that there is about 300% increase in identity fraud and fraud in business every year. And without this, we are going to be creating a large market which is going to have a lot of fraud being involved. So how do I, as a person in Ghana, trading with someone in Africa, how will I be able to verify who I'm dealing with, verify the business I'm dealing with, and understand that I can trust the information that are given to us? So this is what we are focused on. And because of the nature of our solution, providing access, inclusion, and representation to many people through a decentralized technology, we were awarded the #1 democracy affirming startup in Africa, and then the top 5 worldwide by the US Department of State, the Microsoft and University, for which we were invited to the White House, because this was also a special initiative by President Biden of the United States. So the work that we are doing and is particularly very important to the next stage of Africa's future, which is an interconnected future for Africa, which is a future in which a person in Kenya can pick up a phone or go on the internet and interact with an organization or a person in Senegal and fully trust that the systems that they are dealing with is able to uphold and provide trust for the transactions they are doing, which would ensure that we are able to achieve the benefits of the AFCFTA and for these conferences that we are here for. So let me just add that I am here on the ticket of the African Union Youth Startup Pavilion, which is just across the road from here. And I would urge that every single person should just take 5 minutes to visit that pavilion and then see the many kinds of solutions that African youth from across the continent are developing and are providing to some of the solutions that we have, and find a way to support these solutions so that we can be able to pass on the mandates to the next generation when it's time for that to be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Oswald, and I'm sure the audience and all of us will be very willing and glad to come and visit the stand. Manuel, Motor Angel Group is very active in engineering, waste management, logistics, mining, transportation, and similar to Oando, you are also a 3-time sponsor and 3-time participant in IATF. And so I think I say again, we must be doing something right. Please share your experience.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to tell a bit of our story and our relationship with the IATF. I think it's very important to go to the genesis of the group. We are born in 1946 in Cabinda, Angola. Our first internationalization was to Portugal in 1975, which today is our global headquarters, because we went there, 1, for expansion, 2, for capital markets at the time, which we listed in '86. EITF was very important in the first edition and the relationship we developed with Afreximbank, because many people don't know this history. They look at us as a Portuguese group, as a Portuguese-born company. We are present today in 25 countries across the world. We are the largest African-born EPC contractor with $4.2 billion of revenues. And this is a story that, 1, was able to be shared. 2, EITF has opened a series of doors in other countries in Africa for us. It has allowed us to grow significantly in Africa and worldwide, and above all, created the financial conditions to support this growth, which before I don't think they really existed. It was very difficult to work from, we can say, from Angola to the DRC. If we look today to the situation, if I am an Angolan company, if I generate my revenue and my income in Kwanzas, how am I going to invest in DRC or in Namibia or in Botswana if there is no exchange between these 2 countries or 3 countries or 4 countries? That still does not exist today, but that has been supported by EITF, by Afreximbank, who has helped us manage the cash flow so that we can bring the money into a global platform in Africa and then deploy it in other African countries. So this has been very important. So for companies who are looking to expand in the region, and I think the biggest challenge for Africa is that the next and the future Pan-African champions do not have the need than the ones in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s had to change the global headquarters to get the financial support, and that those global headquarters can be in Africa. And I think it's very important what is being done here. I think it is creating the conditions for that every day more. I think there are still a few steps to go, but I think over the next probably decade or 2 decades, we will for sure see that we won't need as a continent to move our companies outside to go and get financing to be able to invest in other countries or internationally. So this was fundamental. For me, it mixes a little bit with my story because I was previously CEO for Africa from 2016 to 2021, and our relationship with Afrexim starts in 2016 which they start to look into the Pan-African champion. So it changed the group a lot. It's helped us a lot to generate growth and returns to our investors. And to family, we are a third generation company, which is very challenging also to maintain that. So I think the conditions are being created, and Afrexim and the ITF has been a big support of that.
Thank you very much, Manuel. And it is a delight to see, just this story of expansion and new connections and new business and growth. I think when I took on the decision to moderate this panel, the story of impact and just the change and the difference and the growth from construction to digital to finance to the creatives to entrepreneurship to government, it is far-reaching. And I think this is the nexus of IETF, just how many sectors and how broad and how deep and how wide. Deola was talking about Guyana and Barbados, extending those walls, hearing those stories. I hope, people in the audience and people who are watching online, you really get the sense of not just what you can get from IETF, but also how you can intentionally be part of this journey in 2025 now, because I think that's where we're looking at. Rapid fire question to all our panelists today. What recommendations, advice, or word of encouragement do you have for whether it's governments or entrepreneurs or financiers as we look towards the next IETF, people who are thinking about participating? What recommendations or advice do you have from them? Honorable Minister, I will start from you and we'll just go rapid fire.
No, thanks. I think the institutional relationship between Afrexim Bank and the Secretariat of AFTA has helped us to be where we are. Maybe if we can then take it from there to ensure that in the AU, we strengthen the voice so that regions will continue to strengthen themselves locally, whether you talk of SADC and others. But this kind of forum must be regionalized to ensure that there is more integration at a regional level. So to take that coordination to the AU and to the regions will help a lot to take IFTF forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Senator Mba.
Thank you. And I think for me, to keep it nice and short, I think for all the SMMEs and entrepreneurs that are looking and thinking of joining Intra-Africa Trade, they need to seize the opportunity, create the connections, and collaborate, and be the drivers and the catalysts for African growth across the continent. And the Inter-Africa Trade Fair gives you that opportunity, and I think the guys can really seize them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ayenzeki.
Yeah, thanks, and I think for me, basically, would be to say to creative visionaries, entrepreneurs, and business leaders, IATF can provide that access for us to rapidly grow the creative sector. And the call to the financial services, private equity, banks, this is the platform for us to collaborate, also to help the African child. We need to come together to bank the African child.
Thank you so much. So Didi.
Mine is quite short and simple. I would say take up space, connect with like-minded individuals, and make your network work for your net worth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Diola?
At Rwanda, we have a saying, the future starts now. For us, we've gone into renewable energy. We brought in electric vehicles, buses, into Nigeria. We've done the proof of concept. The goal now is to scale up and do the pilot. We've been successful with that in Nigeria. What we want to do now is replicate that in other cities across Africa. So what am I trying to say? Expand, leave your comfort zone, stretch yourself, and grow.
Thank you so much. Oswald?
Yes. One thing that we learned as young people in building solutions and expanding our work is that there's limited access to financing and certain traditional models and ways of achieving this. But we have found strength in partnerships, in being able to connect with other people and to bring what they are doing to what we are doing and then find a way to work together. And I believe that IFTF provides one of the largest opportunities for this across the entire continent. I have met a lot of amazing people who are doing great things here, who have all gathered over here, great people in different sectors, and it presents a very large opportunity for us to connect and to network, which is something that I believe is very important for the African youth who are looking for opportunities to connect with people and to expand their businesses. So I highly encourage every single person out there, especially the young people, to find a way to attend the next IATF, to be able to connect with some of the key people in the industry, and even just to be inspired by what is happening and to get more ideas for development for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Manuel?
There is a say which what the eyes don't see, the heart and mind don't feel. So if you want to grow, if you want to expand, if you want to have access to partners beyond AfriXim, which is what brings us all here together in a certain sense, you need to be here, tell your story, showcase your platform, and build it from here.
Thank you very much, esteemed panelists. We have heard great things today, from regional collaboration to strengthening voices, seizing the opportunity, expanding, getting inspired, that was a great one, and telling your own story. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for our fabulous panel. Thank you so much for sharing your stories and your time with us. It's been a pleasure having you on stage. I would just invite you to come forward and have a group photo, and we will close. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for Anne Eze, Director of Communications and Events at Afrexim Bank, and her panel on IATF success stories there. Okay, we're going to move on now to the presentation of a very important report. Now, according to the African Development Bank, informal cross-border trade, or ICBT as it's sometimes acronymed, informal cross-border trade is a source of income for about 43% of the African population. What this report is trying to do is it's trying to understand what's the volume and what's the value of that informal cross-border trade. For example, who's trading? Are they men, women, young, old? Where are they from? What's their profile? Once we understand those vital things, we're better able to come up with those policies which can create a more hospitable and harmonized environment for informal cross-border trade. Today, we're going to be doing a presentation of the report on informal cross-border trade in the ECOWAS region. We're going to have one presentation and then a number of remarks from some of our friends, and then we're going to unveil the report. So let's get started. Please, I'd like you to welcome to the stage to give the presentations of the key findings from the report. He is the Director of Regional Integration and Trade at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Please welcome Mr. Stephen Karingi.
Good afternoon, Excellencies. It's nice to be able to be here with you for this session where we are going to talk about the informal cross-border trade, because every trade matters. So I don't know how to, whether I have a clicker. Great. And because we are running short of time, you will allow me to go very quickly. So, why do we, what happened? Yeah. Why do we need to collect data on informal cross-border trade? The first thing is we want to be able to know what is the total amount of trade that is taking place in the continent. We also want to be able to come up with targeted policies that actually respond to the needs of those who are informed in the informal cross-border trade. Now, if we want to be able to measure what the AFCFTA, the Regional Economic Communities FTAs are doing, if we are able to measure the progress of this, then we also need to be able to know what's happening in the informal cross-border trade. And lastly, because we believe that trade is important for financing development, for us to be able to have a better understanding of our macro in our national accounts, we need to be able to include the informal cross-border trade. So what I'm presenting to you is a collaboration between Afreximbank and ECA and ECOWAS, some work that we started in 2019, because we wanted to understand what is happening in the ECOWAS region on ICBT. We started this in 2019, but then you recall there was COVID. So we had to go back in 2022 because we had difficulties because of the COVID situation. Now, we collected this data for the report that now I'm presenting, which is an updating of what we started in 2019. Between the period October 2022 and January 2023, and we did this in a number of selected locations in the countries that you see on the screen. Those 5 countries: Benin, Ghana, Togo, Nigeria, and Burkina Faso. And we also had to be quite creative when collecting data for Burkina Faso, because you remember Burkina Faso was actually under sanctions from ECOWAS. So what are some of the key findings? The total value of the ICBT that was recorded during this 4-month data collection period was about $23 million for the period that I showed you. Now, it turns out of this, women had a value of 74% of the total value that we saw, and men were attributed to about 26% of that. So when people say that women are more involved in formal cross-border trade, we were able to validate this in the ECOWAS region for the countries that I have shown you. But there is a twist. And the twist is that the men, even though they contribute 26%, they seem to have higher value transactions than the women. In fact, the value of ICBT by male traders was almost 4 times the value by female traders. Also, the men also tended to trade in a wider range of goods, including manufactured goods, beverages, livestock, than women who mostly traded
in food items. So we need to understand why is this the situation. So if you're going to have targeted policies that want to diversify and the broad-based diversification of what everyone is trading in, we need to deal with that. So we had possible reasons of cultural factors, for instance, only men trade in livestock, and also access to finance. Now, when we disaggregate the trade that the numbers that I gave you, so for this ECOWAS region, in terms of total value of ICBT by product category, food items constituted a huge component of that, followed by beverages and manufactured goods. And so you can see the importance of ICBT in addressing the question of food security across the continent as per the commitments in the Malabo Declaration on Agriculture, and also the importance of mainstreaming gender, mainstreaming on trade-related SPS measures because of the huge component of food trade. Now, so what are the payment methods are used in the informal cross-border trade? Wow. So you see that most of the transactions were done almost through cash. So there is a lot of work that we need to do here to make it easier for traders to trade, not using cash, but using other payment system. So the colleagues who are working on the Pan-African payment and settlement system, there is a lot of work to be done here. But the good thing is that there is a rapid growth on the instant payment systems that are happening across the continent. In fact, we had a report earlier last week on the inclusive and instant payment system that was launched by African Ender, and we need to see how do we bring that into this space of informal cross-border trade. Now, for ECOWAS, most of it was being done using the CFA franc and Ghanaian cedi and the Nigerian naira. But again, like I was saying, with all this compatibility of currencies, the PAPs, I think we can actually be able to do more on this. So what are some of the recommendations? Because I'm trying to save us on time. What are some of the recommendations that have come out of the ECOWAS region? So the first thing is we actually need to elevate our trade corridors into smart corridors with smart border markets, and we need to have infrastructure that will make the informal cross-border trade happen in a more efficient and effective way, including warehousing, cold storage, and transit facilities, and anything that can reduce the time that the traders need to cross borders. We also need to provide all the information that the traders need, so by the establishment of the information centers, clearly a simplified trade regime, because I talked about the value of the trades that the men and the women are having to facilitate this cross-border trade is also important. And it was also recommended that there is an expediting of the the digital identity systems, cards, to facilitate the free movement of people in the region. Other clearly gender-related recommendations is, and I'm happy that the Director Generals of Customs are here. These are recommendations that are very relevant to them, establishing a gender desk at border crossings to address gender-based discrimination, mainstreaming gender into the training of officials at the border, and also the development of targeted initiatives to help women cross-border traders grow and diversify their operations. And finally, looking ahead, under the leadership of His Excellency Commissioner Albert Muchanga, We are working on a continental methodology for the ICBT data collection in Africa. A lot of you who are here, a lot of the institutions from the AFCFT Secretariat, Regional Economic Communities, National Bureau of Statistics have actually been involved in this effort. And now we are at the state we are at the stage of Commissioner Muchanga now taking this methodology through the policy organs of the African Union so we can actually be able to pilot the continental methodology and have the countries take it to the National Bureaus of Statistics so that it becomes part and parcel of their work. So with that, that's what we found in ECOWAS, and I think I'll give it back to Mark. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. No, don't go away. I want you to, there's much more. We're going to reveal the report. Thank you very much. I'm also going to invite to take a seat before their remarks. I'm going to invite, as you mentioned, His Excellency Albert Muchanga, Commissioner for Economic Affairs, Trade, Tourism, Industry and Development at AUC, to please join us as well and take a seat, sir. I saw you, there you are. Please give a round of applause to His Excellency, the Commissioner of the African Union Commission. He has one of the biggest portfolios actually at the African Union Commission. There's much more. I was just reading it the other day, and it's actually, I ran out of breath when I was reading your portfolio. But it encompasses largely everything that is around the African continental free trade area, all the machines and levers, including the mining sector, as I understand, minerals, very important part of the value chain for the energy transition, Commissioner. I was saying mining and minerals is under your remit, which is a very important kind of area of the energy transition as Africa is trying to go towards this sort of net zero future with renewables. Very interesting portfolio. I'll also invite your fellow commissioner from ECOWAS. She is the Commissioner for Economic Affairs and Agriculture at ECOWAS. Please welcome Mrs. Masanje Toure Litst. And as she makes the stage, I'll also invite from Afreximbank, Mr. Yusuf Daya, Director, AU AFCFTA Relations and Trade Policy at Afreximbank. Now, they make up the remarks from what you've seen, and as Mrs. Masanje Toure Litst joins us, I'm going to ask her first to make the first remarks. Now, Madam, welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, sir. Excellences, Monsieur Albert Muchanga, commissaire en charge des affaires économiques, du commerce, du tourisme, de l'industrie et le développement de la Commission de l'Union africaine, Madame Kanayo Awani, vice-présidente exécutive de la Banque de commerce intra-africaine Afreximbank, Monsieur Stéphane Karinji, directeur de l'intégration régionale et du commerce à la Commission économique pour l'Afrique, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des communautés économiques régionales et les États membres, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des associations et organisations professionnelles du commerce et du secteur privé, très chers invités, honorables invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, permettez-moi avant tout de remercier la Commission économique pour l'Afrique des Nations Unies de l'insigne honneur qui m'a été fait de procéder avec vous ce matin au lancement officiel du rapport du projet sur le commerce informel transfrontalier dans l'espace de la Communauté économique des États de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, la CEDEAO. En effet, et en guise de rappel, la problématique du commerce informel, et en particulier le commerce informel transfrontalier, reste une préoccupation majeure dans nos économies africaines. Malgré les efforts de la CEDEAO dans la consolidation des acquis du processus de l'intégration, afin de tirer avantage des cohabitations de proximité, les données officielles révèlent que les pays membres de la CEDEAO échangent moins de 15% entre eux, ainsi qu'avec le reste du monde. Honorables invités, dans ce contexte, la mise en place d'un dispositif adéquat permettant de documenter la valeur, le volume des marchandises et des produits agro-sylvo-pastoraux et halieutiques du commerce informel transfrontalier devient une nécessité. À ce titre d'ailleurs, au regard de la croissance des flux du commerce informel dans la vie économique des États membres, la Commission de la CEDEAO a formulé le programme régional d'appui à la régulation du commerce informel qui a abouti à l'adoption de la méthodologie ECO-ICBT et la création d'un site web en Afrique de l'Ouest. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, en 2 phases successives, de 2019 à 2023, la Banque africaine d'import-export Afreximbank, le Centre africain de politique commerciale et la Commission économique des Nations unies pour l'Afrique, en collaboration avec la CEDEAO, l'UMOA, le Conseil des céréales de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, le Comité permanent inter-État de lutte contre la sécheresse au Sahel et l'Association ouest-africaine des commerçants transfrontaliers des produits agro-sylvo-pastoraux et halieutiques ont lancé ce projet visant à collecter les données du site le long du corridor Abidjan-Lagos qui, à lui seul, enregistre plus de 60% du commerce dans notre sous-région. Le rapport que nous lançons aujourd'hui comporte 5 chapitres principaux mettant l'accent sur les phases du projet, sur la méthodologie déployée, les observations quantitatives et qualitatives, les efforts en cours pour mettre en place une méthodologie continentale de collecte de données du CIT et des recommandations pertinentes pour améliorer l'environnement afin de faciliter le commerce transfrontalier. Au terme de cette expérience, nous pouvons conclure que ce projet, dans le cadre de la collecte des données du flux de commerce informel transfrontalier, avec la collaboration de tous nos partenaires, a donné des résultats très probants et peuvent être considérés déjà comme un grand succès du travail collégial dans la ZLECAf, au fin de mettre en place une méthodologie continentale harmonisée de collecte des données du CIT. C'est le lieu d'ailleurs de saluer les efforts et les contributions de l'ensemble des parties prenantes. La CEDEAO, quant à elle, s'engage à faciliter le commerce informel transfrontalier pour les commerçants en général, mais pour les femmes en particulier, qui représentent, le précédent orateur l'a dit avant moi, 74% du commerce échangé. Nous accompagnerons le CIT par la mise en œuvre des principales recommandations de ce rapport. Très chers invités, mesdames et messieurs, sur ce, je vous remercie encore de l'opportunité qui m'a été offerte dans le cadre de cette fructueuse collaboration entre nos institutions et vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Masanje Touré List, Commissioner of the ECOWAS Commissioner and Agricultural Commissioner. The next remarks come from Afreximbank. In fact, the Director of AU-AFCFTA Relations and Trade Policy for Afreximbank, Mr. Yusuf Daya, to give your remarks on the report on informal cross-border trade in the ECOWAS region.
Thank you very much, Mark, and good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. I know we're running against time, so I'll try to keep the remarks down to 30 minutes, Mark. It gives me great pleasure to deliver these remarks on behalf of Mrs. Kanayo Awani, our Executive Vice President. And I think as all the previous speakers have indicated, ICBT is a dominant economic activity across the continent by some anecdotal evidence accounting for around $40 billion US. Millions of traders engage in the exchange of goods and services informally, serving as a crucial source of livelihood for many individuals, particularly in the border regions. It provides income opportunities for a large number of people, including women, who often are the most active participants in informal trade. It contributes to poverty reduction by providing opportunities for income generation in areas where formal job opportunities are limited. It serves as a safety net for many households, allowing them to meet their basic needs. However, given its informality, official trade statistics often neglect informal cross-border trade, leading to a significant underestimation of intra-African trade specifically and African trade more generally. This limits the potential to develop appropriate policy and financing solutions to support and develop the sector and unlock its full potential. Afrexim Bank has therefore partnered with the ECA and the African Union and other key stakeholders, including ECOWAS, to get a deeper understanding of the quantum and the nature of this informal trade through a comprehensive study along the Lagos-Abidjan corridor. The aim of the pilot was to identify the scale, magnitude, and characteristics of informal cross-border trade, to better incorporate its issues into policy frameworks and trade facilitation initiative. Our findings, which include gender disaggregated data, shed light on the nature and estimate of the value of products traded and cross-border facilitation challenges, and offers a number of recommendations, as Stephen had mentioned. As part of the project, we are therefore also working with UNECA and the African Union Commission and other stakeholders, including the regional economic communities and national statistics institutions, to develop the AU-ECA Afrexim Bank Continental ICBT data collection framework and methodology. The essence is to ensure standardization of ICBT data, including definition, and enhance the collection and cross-country comparability of ICBT data. In conclusion, allow me to re-emphasize that informal cross-border trade in Africa is dynamic and an integral part of the continent's economic landscape. The collaborative efforts we are pursuing will allow policymakers to recognize its importance and its value, and help address challenges and integrate it into the formal trade statistics, which in turn will significantly contribute to ensuring informal traders are appropriately supported and capacitated and are able to boost intra-African trade, foster economic development consistent with the ambitions of Agenda 2063 and the AFCFTA. I thank you.
Now, our final speaker, our keynote remarks, come from a commissioner whose portfolio is officially Economic Affairs, Trade, Tourism, Industry, and Minerals at the African Union Commission. But that portfolio also covers investment, innovation, entrepreneurship, economic integration, economic policies and research, statistics, oil and gas. Please welcome to give the keynote remarks His Excellency, Ambassador Albert Muchanga.
Thank you very much, the Director of Ceremony. I know that we are running quite late, and I'm going to be very, very brief. I'll begin with words of appreciation. First, to our colleagues in the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, for agreeing to be the center of the pilot study on the informal cross-border trade. This indicates our continued collaboration in promoting regional and continental economic integration. We thank you very much. And I also like to thank the African Export-Import Bank for providing the funding for the study. Without finances, it would have been very, very, very difficult to bring the results that we are looking at today. Furthermore, I'd like to appreciate the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa for undertaking the study, and through them, the African Trade Policy Center. Indeed, the study brings out very, very, very useful insights, as indicated in the presentation that was made. And it's a very, very important study in the work of our department. As indicated by Dr. Karingi, after this stage, the next step is for us to take it to the specialized technical committee on trade, industry, tourism, and minerals, as well as the specialized technical committee on finance, monetary affairs, economic planning, and integration, so that they endorse the methodology. And when they've done that, then the tasks that have been identified through the study are going to be implemented continent-wide. And this is very, very, very important. Around 2018, the Brooks Institution undertook a very, very brief study on informal cross-border trade across Africa. Their key finding was that 16 to 18% of intra-African trade is in the category of informal cross-border trade. That basically means that the current statistics of the average of 16 to 18% of intra-African trade that we say exists now is underreported. If it was mainstreamed, the figure would be somewhere around 32% or 36%. So the task before us is to mainstream informal cross-border trade into formal intra-African trade, because that is going to open up avenues for growing intra-African trade. And one of the key recommendations is on data collection. So which means that the statistical agencies across Africa, the customs administrations across Africa, will collaborate on a timely basis in generating statistics on cross-border trade. That's one key segment of mainstreaming. The other key segment is the development of entrepreneurship. Much too often, the majority of women who are involved in informal cross-border trade do not have registered companies. They do not keep books of account. And because of that, they cannot grow their businesses. And I'll give a personal story here. One of my nieces is an informal cross-border trade. Our specialization is to import building materials from Tanzania and supply those building materials to retailers, hardware retailers in the central business district of Lusaka. And they indicated, the retailers, that they were very happy with their supplies. They wanted more. And she could not be able to supply more. And she went to the bank. Two key questions. What is your business plan? Show us your business plan. Show us your registration of incorporation of your company, even if you are a sole trader, and show us your books of account. She did not have those. And that is a story that is common among the majority of the informal cross-border trade who have been identified by the study as those who are involved in this key business. And of course, we know why they're involved. Livelihood. They have to feed families, which is very, very important. So I'll conclude by saying we at the African Union Commission warmly welcome this study. We've been waiting for it anxiously. It has come now, and like I indicated earlier at the beginning of my statement, the next task is for us to take it through the policy organs. And when that is done, the recommendations that are contained in this are going to be translated into a program of action which we plan to implement on time and in full. And in the process, transform the trading landscape of Africa for the better. And in the process, improve livelihoods of all those in informal cross-border trade. I end here, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Your Excellency, I'm going to ask you to actually help me assemble everybody to the front, to stand in the front. We are going to officially unveil it and take photographs. So if I could ask all of you to rise, please, join your brothers and sisters in the middle there, and assemble right behind you. I think, if the technology allows me, we're going to officially unveil the cover of this important report on informal cross-border trade in the ECOWAS region. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the report is officially launched. Now, if I could ask you to turn around, your cameramen and photographers are waiting to snap you there. Congratulations. That is the second to last agenda on the item. We have just one panel. It's an important one before we close for the day. This is a short day today, and that is on public-private collaboration, partnering for an enabling business environment. In this session, we'll discuss the initiatives, policies, and actions required by governments and the private sector to create the necessary business enabling environment that will accelerate intra-Africa trade and investment. Your moderator is a well-known face across Africa. She's from Nigeria. She's the lead compare at the Mujibade show. Her name is Miss Mujibade Sosonia, and she is the moderator for the final panel of today. Give her a warm round of applause as she comes and introduces her panelists.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm also recognizing my erudite panelists and, of course, the discussants who will come up stage to do justice to the conversation today. Just like Mr. Mark introduced, my name is Mojibade Shosoya. I'm Nigerian by birth, but once I stepped into Cairo, I got an Egyptian name, so you can call me Salma. Thank you very much. It is my honor to moderate this very critical conversation today. Now, as we continue to take pragmatic steps to connect African markets, it is very pertinent to have certain conversations, one of which we will focus on today. And as was introduced, we'll be focusing on public-private collaboration, partnering for an enabling business environment. Before I bring up the erudite discussant on this topic, I will be introducing our opening speaker, who will speak for a few minutes. Please join me as I make welcome the Executive Director, International Trade Center, Dr. Pamela Cook-Hamilton. A round of applause for her. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm a little short, so I'll just adjust these. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I want to thank you for the opportunity to deliver this keynote about public-private collaboration, which is an area that we at ITC see as valuable potential for developing a business environment that suits the needs of MSMEs in the African continent. At ITC, we see daily that connected, sustainable, and inclusive trade is critical so that MSMEs can contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals and the AU's Agenda 2063. For this to happen, however, these MSMEs need a conducive policy and regulatory environment, one that helps ensure predictability and consistency, both for trading within Africa and with partners outside the continent. And this, in turn, requires having the public and private sectors work together. This is critical for a range of policy goals, from achieving digital transformation to attracting foreign direct investment, from boosting services trade to enabling a more sustainable and inclusive economy. This work can take the form of public-private collaboration, public-private partnerships, and public-private dialogues, all different approaches with their own benefits and limitations. As we look to the next stage of the African Continental Free Trade Area, I want to share a few examples and lessons from our work in bringing the private and public sectors together. First, ITC has been training startups in Africa to access international markets, and in the process, help them better position themselves to win grants and pitch to investors. Lupia, a Zambia-based fintech startup, is one such firm that's achieved great results. They recently raised an $8.2 million Series A investment. But for startups like Lupia to achieve their goals and potential, especially under the AFCFTA, they need an enabling business environment. That's where we see great potential in a new legislative tool that over 20 African countries are currently crafting, namely so-called Startup Acts, that will make it easier for these small, new enterprises to engage in international trade. We've been convening public and private sector actors as this Startup Act moves from development into reality in several countries, such as by taking lessons from Tunisia's experience in labeling 900 startups under its own legislation and channeling those lessons to Benin policymakers. Second, we've been working to help policymakers engage in the development of international frameworks, such as the Investment Facilitation for Development Agreement among the 110 WTO members, as they identify what their needs are and consider how those proposed reforms will affect their work in developing AFCFTA protocols or other measures. To give an example, we helped policymakers in Togo and Zambia map out their investment facilitation needs, including the policy reforms it would take to put the Investment Facilitation for Development Agreement into practice. This work incorporated a toolkit that ITC developed specifically for this purpose. As with any policy reform, we focused on ensuring that these decision makers also have the chance to exchange ideas and insights with private sector actors, helping them identify shared priorities and troubleshoot potential ideas. Third, we've been looking at how these collaborations, dialogues, and partnerships should work in practice, the nuts and bolts, so to speak, so that these can deliver the enabling environment that MSMEs need. For public-private collaboration and public-private partnerships, the key to success is their design, as well as having transparent governance and effective risk management strategies in place when projects are involved. These forums also need the right mechanisms to ensure clear communication and trust among the parties involved. We've seen this at ITC in our own work, where we've designed an in-depth process for how public-private collaboration can support the design of trade and investment strategies, and where we take part as a neutral facilitator. We've used this process for nearly 20 years across more than 60 countries to great effect, helping address sensitive issues early on and supporting all parties as they find a way to communicate that best suits their needs. In turn, we're seeing regulatory reforms emerge that are making the trade landscape more predictable for MSMEs' needs. We're also seeing public-private collaboration pay dividends when it comes to identifying strategic investment areas for pursuing trade-related objectives, but they need to know how to talk to one another. This is something we've seen through our own work at ITC with private sector associations, business support organizations, and chambers of commerce, as we help them identify their key issues and channel these inputs into decision-making processes. Now, returning to the task at hand, the AFCFTA's next steps, I've shared with you why bringing the public and private sectors together is crucial for helping MSMEs succeed and for achieving policy goals. This is recognized by African policymakers as demonstrated by the ambitious AFCFTA private sector engagement strategy and the AU-led African Economic Platform and African private sector forums. But now I want to ask for your inputs on how to scale up these collaborations, dialogues, and partnerships, where this is most appropriate, and what potential pitfalls might emerge. In the spirit of collaboration, I hope that today's dialogue can provide us all with the insights we need that we didn't have before, so that we can together support policymakers and the private sector as they seek to reap the full benefits of the intra-African trade and investment under the AFCFTA. I thank you.
Please let's give Dr. Pamela Cook-Hamilton a round of applause. Thank you. Now, I think she's set a fantastic tone for us to have this conversation, but just to reiterate that during this conversation, we will be unraveling the strategic initiatives and policies that are essential for governments and the private sector to jointly create a conducive business environment, fostering accelerated intra-African trade and, of course, investment. Please join me as I now make welcome the distinguished members of this panel conversation. The Director, AU-AFCFTA Relations and Trade Policy at Afrexim Bank, Mr. Yusuf Daya. A round of applause for him, please, as he comes up stage. I'd also like to make welcome the Director, Regional Integration and Trade Division at UNECA, Mr. Stephen Karenje. A round of applause for him. The Managing Director, Vista Bank, Gambia, Mr. Eric Obeng Sarr. A round of applause for him as he joins this conversation. I'd also like to make welcome Mr. Habib Han Cheno, Managing Director and CEO, Shelter Afrique Development Bank. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, esteemed panelists, for joining this conversation. I will start by asking a general question, which is, I will start from my immediate right. How can we optimize public-private collaborations to create a more conducive business environment for intra-African trade and investment? That's the first question, and I'll start from you, Mr. Chairman.
Hello? Okay. Thank you so much for having me here at this major IATF event. We just came from Marrakesh discussing almost similar issues at the Africa Investment Forum. So just to be very specific on the topic today, PPPs are really critical to scale up investments across the continent and drive economic development. So we are Shelter Afrique Development Bank, SHAFDB, based out of Nairobi, and we finance affordable housing and urban infrastructure development across the continent. African countries are our shareholders, African Development Bank and Africa Re. And we focusing a lot on urban development, housing, infrastructure development, and the way we do that is through mainly PPPs. So public-private partnership are key to this because we all know that government budgets are very restrictive. With the macro situation across African countries, working through PPPs would be critical. Now, the success factors of PPPs really rely on the regulatory environment. We really need to make sure that all the regulations are there to make sure all parties are really treated in arm's length. And then also we need to make sure institutions that are required for the PPPs to be successful are also in place. You have PPP units in many countries. Now you have PPPs in different sectors as well. The PPP framework in energy or road construction might not be exactly the same as the PPPs in housing, affordable housing, and urban development. So from my perspective, it's really important that all interests are aligned between the public sector that's looking for economic, social, environmental impact and the private sector that's pursuing return and investment opportunities. So from that perspective, we think that aligning those interests will make sure that we deliver highly successful, scalable, and impactful projects, if I may stop there.
Thank you very much, and I totally agree. All interests must be aligned. I'll move over to you, Mr. Eric. What are your thoughts, and how can we optimize public-private collaborations to foster a better environment for intra-African trade and investment?
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are aware of the recent debt situation of most African countries in the sub-Saharan region. Most governments have attained a level of debt which is not sustainable, and they run into the IMF for bailouts. And these bailouts come with a lot of conditionalities. Governments do not have fiscal space to invest in public assets. At the same time, they need to make some adjustments and tighten expenditure, even recurrent expenditure. So we believe that PPPs are the way forward to enable our economies accelerate growth through infrastructure programs. We also know that most of the PPPs currently on the continent are being handled, most of them handled by multinationals with very little local content. So we're in a situation where we have a crisis, but is an opportunity for our local champions to be able to take advantage of the situation by leveraging on internal savings, mobilizing internal savings to fund PPPs. I believe this is the right time for our governments to revamp their framework, PPP framework, align the interests of all stakeholders, because the private players come with a lot of efficiency and quality, but at the same time, they take most of the risks, and they need to be safeguarded. I just took part in the session on building capacity for African champions in the EPC value chain, and the initiatives being undertaken by Afreximbank. I believe it's in the right direction. We need to empower identify and empower local champions to be able to take active participation in PPP projects across the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move it over to you now, Mr. Steven. And I'm asking you the same question, but with a part B to that question. So the part B will be, what successful models of public-private partnerships have significantly contributed to fostering economic growth in your own experience, if there have been any? That's within the African continent.
I did not get the question.
So the first question is, how can we optimize?
Yeah.
You have that? Okay, great. The second part is, what successful models of public-private partnerships have significantly contributed to fostering economic growth within the African continent?
Okay. So now, I think my answer to the first part is also going to respond to the second part of the question. I think you asked how can we optimize the PPPs in Africa. And I think adding to what the two co-panelists have said, it also lies on our ability to learn from the lessons of PPPs in the continent so far, because we know that the public sector does not have enough money to be able to deal with all the socio and economic development needs that are required by the continent. So what is one of the lessons that has been learned? One of the lessons has to do with the way you allocate the risk between the public and the private sector in the PPPs. Because if you do not have a situation whereby the risk that needs to go to the private sector goes to the private sector, or if you have a situation of a PPP which after a number of years you decide to move the risk to the public sector through the budget, then you cannot be able to optimize on the PPPs, and you may also not be able to get a full contribution of the PPPs in financing development. Now, another lesson that, of course, has been learned is that you cannot do a PPP project in isolation. And this is because, of course, economic development involves sectors working together. So you cannot, for instance, build a power project through PPP without at the same time knowing that maybe there are other parts of the economy that you need to reform for you to be able to get the full benefit of that power project. So there are those things that we need to do to optimize on the PPPs, and by optimizing is being able to have PPP as a financing model for our development, but at the same time contributing to the economic growth. And there are other lessons, but I think we can come back to them after. Okay, thanks.
No problem. Thank you very much, Mr. Karinji. I'm now on to Mr. Dyer. So same question, how do we optimize PPPs to create a conducive business environment?
Thank you very much. I think the speakers before me have put it quite elegantly, so I'm not going to go into the issues they mentioned. We know the challenges that our governments are facing in terms of financing infrastructure, and we know the needs that are out there. An infrastructure financing gap of anywhere, depending on whose estimate you read, of between 120 billion to 200 billion annually. And in a fiscally constrained environment, to make that resources available remains quite difficult. But what we do see some very impressive collaborations, PPP collaborations across the continent, which are delivering trade infrastructure. And an example, yesterday we had a RISE Industrial Day happening in one of the meeting rooms. And that is a collaboration between Afreximbank and Arise Industrial Parks, and we work with host governments. So it is important for the governments to make available a conducive environment that will crowd in the investment. You have a financial institution that can make available the resources or the guarantees that will crowd in the private sector investment. And also for the governments to make the concessions and make available the resources in terms of whether it be land, whether it be the regulatory framework, that can facilitate and give comfort to investors to come into these kind of projects. This is especially important in the context of projects where the private sector have not traditionally been engaged in. You need to create the incentives for them to come in. A private sector enterprise will obviously be motivated by the return that the project is going to offer. So show and demonstrate that return, put in place the right incentives, the regulatory frameworks. You also asked about an example of successful PPPs. So I want to market the bank a little bit. Afreximbank is a PPP. And it is a public-private partnership. It's established by African governments, recognizing following the 1980s debt crisis that there was a binding constraint on attracting capital into the continent. So the way they structured the bank was to bring in government money, but also to bring in the private sector, both African as well as some non-African shareholders into the bank to crowd capital into the continent. And not to blow our own horn, but we see the results of that kind of collaboration and that kind of initiative, where the governments provide the kind of security for the investment, allows the bank to do the kind of things it needs to do, take the risks it needs to take, but also do it on a basis where their return provides a basis for doing the work. So I think these innovative models, and we're seeing it a lot across a lot of countries, certainly not only in the financial space, but in the infrastructure space. Egypt, where we are sitting today, has numerous examples of successful PPPs, ranging from the infrastructure to manufacturing to industry to services. Similarly, South Africa and a number of other African countries. And I think as we develop these PPP frameworks and models, there's a huge opportunity to learn from the successes within Africa that take into account our unique environment. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Yusuf. And now I'm back to you, Mr. Cheno. To what extent does political instability deter private sector appetite for PPPs?
That's a key question, right? Because investors are looking for conducive environment, not only economic and return based, but also political stability. So for investors to get involved in PPP projects, that takes time, right? PPP projects are not as investing in trade or in and out, right, sort of transactions. You really need time to build them up. And you can basically cross several governments, right? PPPs can take 5 years, 10 years, so beyond a mandate of a particular government. Hence, for an investor, it's really critical to make sure you have that stability and continuity, right, when governments change. So for us at Shelter Afrique Development Bank, being owned by African governments and the African Development Bank and Africa Re, we sort of work very closely with our partners and investors to make sure that our governments can basically pursue the commitments they've taken from one government to another. So you're absolutely right. Political stability is key for the success of PPPs. And if you ask me, what's the main reason why a lot of PPPs get stalled and don't happen? It's really about political stability and continuity from one regime to another. So I think institutions like us, like AFDB, like Afrexim Bank and others can sort of help achieve that, because we ourselves, like my colleague from Afrexim Bank was saying, we all PPP instruments, right, to make sure that we can achieve the goals.
Thank you very much. That was crisp and direct. Would you like to add something, Mr. Eric?
I think he hit the nail right on the
Right,
head, so we don't
right.
need to believe others, yeah.
Okay. So I'll come to you, Mr. Karinja, before I come back to you, Mr. Eric. To what extent are PPPs the solution to Africa's infrastructure gap? So I'm talking about transport, water, energy, communications, and the likes. Those gaps that impede business productivity, efficiency, and growth. So I'm not sure if you got my question or you want me to go over it again. Mr. Karinja?
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
So to what extent are PPPs the solutions to Africa's infrastructure gap? So now I'm talking about transport, water, communications, etc., right? To what extent are those the solutions to those gaps that impede business productivity, efficiency, and growth? So how can PPPs solve these challenges?
No, thank you. Again, I start by saying that, we know the numbers of the gap of the amount of money that we need to close the infrastructure gap. The African Development Bank has even updated those numbers. We know. We also, in the context of the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, the PIDA 2.0, we have clarity as a continent of the 69 projects and the resources required for that. So now, unless you have PPPs in the picture, it will be very difficult for us to be able to fix that gap. Now, the good thing is that we have good examples of how we have actually used PPPs to close that infrastructure gap. So let me talk, for instance, the first question, give you the first example. So I have the example here in Cameroon, and this is the Kribi-Lolabe Highway. It was constructed through a PPP. You have a 40-kilometer highway that links the port, this is the port of Kribi, to the rural city of Lolambe. Now, the good thing now to answer the socio-economic part of your question is, so we were able to get the infrastructure, which of course gave people time to be able to work because it reduced the time of movement and also reduced the road accidents on that corridor. Now, it also created a lot of jobs for people along that corridor. And the data shows that 40% of the new jobs were actually created for women. And so this is a successful PPP, which is also being replicated, and this is very interesting when I was reading this. It's being replicated in the construction of a 60-kilometer highway between Yaoundé and Douala, again. So, because there's a very good lesson there. Now, another example where PPP has actually been used to deal with the question of infrastructure, including in manufacturing. I think this is most people know about the special economic zone of Lekki in Nigeria. Now, the beauty of this example is that it is not just that it has an airport, but it also covers manufacturing, other logistics issues that are related to infrastructure. There is a diversity of sectors that are involved: textile, construction, tourism, oil and gas. And because of it, it has also been able to catalyze additional investments. And the example that you have here is a $20 billion investment by Dangote. So clearly, to go back to your question, PPPs in these two examples I've been given have actually been a solution to the infrastructure question. But I think it's the multiplier effect to the other components of the economy, and especially the job creations, like in the case of Cameroon and the case of the special economic zone in Lekki, that I think gives it a much more interesting story in the sense that the public sector may not be able to generate those jobs on its own. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will come back to you now, Mr. Eric, and my question to you is, so we have Mauritius, Rwanda, and Kenya, and they are the only African countries that rank in the top third of the World Bank's Doing Business rankings. What lessons can other African countries learn from them to improve their business environment?
Thank you very much. Hello? Thank you very much for this question. You may interest you to know that the first PPP on the continent was done in Mauritius. That was in 1997. So PPPs have been in existence on the continent for the past 26 years. And they've been able to fine-tune their PPP policy framework. For Rwanda and Kenya, they achieved success in certain projects through the support of PPIAF of the World Bank. Okay, that's the public-private infrastructure advisory framework financing. They helped them also revamp their PPP framework, in addition to structural reforms, taxation, incentives to attract private capital. So these are there are ongoing reforms in other countries, but then I believe, from my experience, that these reforms should be kind of holistic and ensure that countries who really have projects, PPP projects, are well organized, have the right structures to support private investors. I have an example of a player who had a contract, PPP contract, in the energy sector in one of the countries I worked in. He got tax breaks to bring in equipment and all that. And by the time he was able to clear the equipment from the port, to get the necessary approvals, moving from one office to another, it took him 6 months. And that really cost him quite a lot in terms of the timing and all that. So the framework should be revamped. The right agencies should be designated so that there's a one-stop shop. When the investor comes in, once he has a contract in place, he doesn't have to move from one ministry to another to get clearance to be able to execute the contract. So that's one of the, that's what I want to recommend. As,
okay. Yeah. I see Mr. Stephen nodding his head. Would you like to contribute to that conversation? So he's talked about framework and how it should be revamped so that, it can be smooth, the process can be smooth. Is there any other thing you'd like to add to the question?
No, actually I was nodding because I think this question of, when he said that it took 6 months, if you're a private actor, at the end of the day, of course, when we talk of PPPs, there is a user fee. Now, if you do not execute the project efficiently, you are going to load the additional interest that you have to pay because of not executing the project in time on the user. And at the end, who are the users? The users are the citizens. So if it becomes costly, they are not happy. And of course, the Minister for Finance also does not want to put part of the budget to that. And so you end up having a PPP project that really does not deliver on the economic agenda that you had initially. I think that was a very good example that he gave. Yeah.
True. So that delay certainly has a ripple effect on the bottom line. Thank you very much. And now to you, Mr. Yusuf. How can the bankability of PPP projects be accelerated?
Well, I think the issue of bankability of projects is just not limited to PPP projects. One of the key constraints we found across the continent is that there's no lack of ideas, no lack of opportunities for these projects. It's getting those projects to a point where they become bankable. Getting the project preparation phase to a point where you can attract the private investors, you can attract the banks to come in and invest the money into those projects. So we know that there are a number of project preparation facilities out there. From the bank's perspective, we have a project preparation facility which does that specifically. We can work with public promoters or private promoters, take the bank from pre-feasibility all the way up to bankability, and not necessarily to a stage where it has to be a African bank. But the objective is to make it attractive for investors to come in, whether it's debt investors or equity investors, working with governments, working with the private sector to make sure that the resources are in place to provide this. And also to provide a range of financing instruments, not just, like I said, debt. You know, the bank has established a fund for export development, which takes equity in projects as well. We also provide a comprehensive guarantee, suite of guarantee products that allows private investors to get comfort when they enter into some of these projects. So beyond the incentives or the assurances that are given at the level of the legal or regulatory regime, it's important that our African financial institutions also make available financing solutions that can crowd in private investment into public projects in the continent.
Thank you very much. I'm staying with you. Another question for you, and this will speak to, you are a product of a successful PPP initiative, a Frexim Bank. What lessons can we learn from failed PPP projects in Africa?
Well, no, I think some of the key lessons we learned is commitment and trust from both sides of the partners. We need to ensure there's an alignment on what the objective is. At Frexim Bank, we are fortunate in the sense that both our private investors and our public investors have at the center of their ambition the development of the continent. We need to have a framework, and I think, like my colleague was saying, there needs to be continuity. We know the challenges in Africa. And one of the benefits we have coming out now and an opportunity for the continent is the investment protocol under the AFCFTA, which can address some of the issues around there, where I may get into trouble for saying this, but it takes away a little bit of the discretion of governments by locking it into a multilateral framework. So that continuity then can be assured beyond changes in governments, beyond whoever comes into power. The contracts will be subject to the investment protocol and the investment framework that has been agreed at a continental level.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Karinji, PPPs are not without their challenges. And although we've highlighted one, for example, a Frexim Bank, which is a successful one, what do you think are the major challenges? We've talked about a few here and there, but what do you think are the major challenges of PPPs in Africa?
So, major challenges. First of all, I wanted to say this point about the investment protocol is actually very important because within the protocol there is the investment facilitation component, whereby the fact that Yusuf has said identifying and moving something so that you have a deal takes time, but the AFCFTA investment protocol is actually going to at least help in advancing that investment facilitation that makes it. So in fact, that is one of the solutions of the challenges that has been there. The fact that 80% of identified possible projects do not reach deal closure. And when you look at what is it that is causing that to happen, it's this different, you go to different offices The institutional mechanisms does not make it easy for the potential private investor to be able to do it. So the streamlining, the lack of streamlined policy environment, institutional mechanism, I think it is one of those challenges that has to be dealt with. Of course, there is also the mismatch between the period the PPP is given, because some of these, so you borrow money, you have to repay the money, say, in 15 years, but you cannot load a user fee that allows you to really be able to repay that money in 15 years. Or sometimes you may even be able to repay it earlier. So being able to have that optimality of the source of fund and for the private sector and the time that they are repaid, and the user fee that the society is paying, I think we need to have a better alignment on that question. Yeah, those are two examples at least of some of the challenges.
Okay. Yes, please. Over to you.
Yeah, I want to kind of take it a bit further. I've had experience of two PPPs that were handled by kind of some local champions. Okay, most of the cases we have multinationals coming in with they raise funding from outside, and there's a kind of a turnkey project. So the EPC they have full control of the EPC, no local content. So we had two cases where, local champions were, signed PPP contracts, and now the financing became an issue because they had to rely on banks. PPPs are contracts which extend to up to 25, 30 years, right? Banks in Africa do not have that liquidity for that tenure. So we had issues, and you may be aware that in terms of syndication, that market is not very deep, so it became an issue. We had to find other mechanisms to support these guys. So at a point in time, we had to kind of securitize, what we had, the credit that we had given. We securitized it, and then we tried to make some private placements, right, to share the risks and the profits. I believe that going forward, most African countries need to deepen their capital markets and have the right appropriate components for such instruments to encourage and build capacity for local champions to be able to have the adapted financing structure to raise long-term capital for such projects. And the benefits will be that in the end, the pricing for that service will be reasonable. And I believe that when citizens are given the opportunity to participate in financing such projects, they will willingly do that, and at a reasonable price. So the financing bit should be kind of a hybrid debt, equity. Look at based on the project, we need to get the right financing structure so that the consumer will not be overburdened by the tariffs.
Thank you very much for that contribution. It was spot on. So I'm coming to you now, Mr. Habib. It's interesting that Mr. Stephen has talked about the mismatch that exists, but I'm also going to ask you now, what the fundamental mismatch is, if there's any, right? So is there any fundamental mismatch of PPPs between government viewing services or infrastructure as a social undertaking and the private sector's profit-driven motivation?
So in one word, no. There is no conflict.
Okay.
Clearly, the reason why we have PPPs is because all parties can benefit from a PPP. So when you look at all stakeholders in a PPP, you look at the government, you look at the private sector, you look at the communities in which these PPPs are being implemented. If a PPP is structured the right way, and I think you asked a question about what makes a PPP successful or not successful, and this is one of them, right? Alignment of interest, I mentioned that earlier. So if a PPP is structured the right way, the feasibility studies have been done the right way, all parties should be really, seeing themselves in that project. So I think there is no conflict from my perspective if we have identified the main reasons why the PPP should happen. I'm just going to give you a quick example, just to stay away from just rhetorics and just talks. So I worked on a few projects in India when I was head of housing and urban development in Asia Pacific, part of my old institution. And we were working with the governments of Mumbai state, right? So this is a local government where you have slums all over, right? So the government of Mumbai, which is a city, almost a state within India, so decided to come up with a framework for PPPs in affordable housing and urban development. Because you have massive land, but in the center of town, right, the land is actually occupied by slums. So the idea for the government, the local government, was to come up with a PPP framework where the government will define the regulatory framework and then define how communities will be organized in those slums and which developers should come and participate. So in such a model, the developer basically commits, okay, to redevelop the slum area by moving those individuals in affordable housing in a temporary basis while they're rebuilding the slums, right? And they don't move people far away from their jobs. That's another mistake a lot of PPPs do. So you want people to be near their jobs while you're reconstructing affordable housing, and then the remaining part of the land that has been freed, you build, sort of commercial and medium to high income sort of housing in the center of town, because land is expensive, right? So the government has helped provide that land for almost free. The developer has been able to rebuild and rehouse the communities that were living in the slums, the slum dwellers. You have more security in the area because slums bring in security, right? So now you have gotten rid of that. And the other interesting part is the developer actually makes money out of this, right? Government hasn't put a penny in the process, but at the same time, the developer can make 3 and 4 times in terms of returns on the investment, and the slum dwellers haven't been moved away. They've been relocated in the same area with affordable housing, and the ice on the cake, basically, is you've created an ecosystem where the or former slum dwellers now can provide services to the commercial, middle income, high income households that have been basically buying those expensive homes in the middle of Mumbai. I mean, this is a very concrete example of how city reconstruction and renovation can happen. And this is exactly what Intra-African Development Bank is about to launch across Africa in our new strategy. I should have I should have mentioned earlier that I came on board in January as CEO of Intra-African. So in the past 10 months, we've been coming up with these sort of strategies to transform our cities. And this is exactly why last week in Marrakesh, we had this cities initiative with the African Development Bank on the sides of the African Investment Forum. So really, for us, PPPs are the keys for African development and cities development, and we're in the heart of that, and we really want to make sure they're successful, and the way you do that is by making sure all parties are aligned. Everybody gets something positive from those PPPs. We cannot leave communities behind. We cannot leave the investors behind. We cannot leave the government behind. And the example I just shared with you can tell you basically that everybody can win out of it. It's a win-win situation. And just the last word I want to say here on this, basically it's about scale. If a PPP is not structured in such a way that it thinks about scaling up, right, then you have a problem with return, right? Because the whole idea of PPPs, if you do large-scale mass development, right, that would have an impact over many years. My colleague here mentioned actually access to long-term funding, which is a key constraint because PPPs require capital markets and long-term funding for our economies. So this is where we as Shelter Africa Development Bank also get involved in capital markets. We issued last year 46 billion nairas in Nigeria to finance affordable housing and urban development. And this is part of a 3-year medium-term note program of issuing about 200 billion nairas. We'll be issuing the capital markets in Nigeria, and we have pension funds and other institutional investors buying into this bond in local currency, which will allow us to finance the economy and PPPs in the country. Because with the macro situation today, we cannot afford to depend on foreign currency. You've seen the case of many of our countries in Africa where currency risk has been tremendous. So we need to generate local currency, and we do have local currency in our economies. We just need to tap into them through capital markets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will take my parting shots now, but just one final question for Mr. Eric. You're the managing director of Vista Bank in Gambia. How can financial institutions in smaller economies actively contribute to and benefit from intra-African trade through collaboration?
I think there's a need, there are so many initiatives ongoing, and based on the strengths and the constraints that you have in any economy, you need to know where to play and how to play. Where do you fit? What's the comparative advantage you have? How can you plug into all that's going on? And you need to know your market very well. You know, as a bank, we have a target market that we work with, all right? And in the framework of the group's strategy, you know, Vista Group has an ambition to really support the SMEs across Africa and also to empower women, okay? Bring them into the financial market. So financial and economic inclusion for women. So we have our target market already identified, and in the scheme of things, all the initiatives ongoing, AFCTFA, we have come out, we're working on it, we're still designing it. We have an AFCTFA program where we've identified country by country players, our customers that we're working with, and their potential. So we're doing advisory for them, helping them, you know, shape up their business, keeping account, the books and all that. But we also, across our various countries of operations, we're helping them get off-takers for their products, okay? And in doing so, we're able to secure their receivables and put in place appropriate financing structures for them, you know, facilitating their payments across our presence countries, you know. So it's a package that we are fine-tuning. We've already designed it, we're fine-tuning to really help our customers tap into the potential of the AFCTFA.
Thank you very much. We will take 25 seconds each to wrap this conversation, and I will start with Mr. Dyer. So if you had the power to make PPPs in Africa perfect, you know, what would you do, or what are your final thoughts on this conversation? Because it's such a critical conversation to, you know, cross-border trading that we are really pushing for in Africa. So your final thoughts on this conversation, 25 seconds.
Well, you know, I think from my perspective, we see best practice globally. We know what works, we know what doesn't work. There's no need for us to reinvent the wheel. I think we just need to learn from our successes. And I think too often we look for successes outside of the continent. I think we need to look at the successes within the continent and model our PPP frameworks around those, because those take into account some of the unique characteristics and the nature of our environment in Africa. And it is us as Africans who can find the solutions for our problems. So look to within our continent, no need to reinvent the wheel, and use what works. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Stephen.
So, we are talking about the marketplace, and it's 25 seconds. In 2045, the AFCFTA Secretariat, the AFCFTA agreement will have increased the value of intra-African trade by an additional 35% if you did not have the AFCFTA. So you're looking at more than $200 billion in terms of value of additional trade. You will need roads, rail, airports with wagons, trucks to be able to move that. Now, that infrastructure, you cannot be able to do it using ODA, government budget. You need the private sector to be part of that through PPPs.
Absolutely. And now, Mr. Eric.
Yeah, my take on this is that we need to ensure that, what's like the initiative that the Afro-Exim Bank is taking, build capacity for our local and continental champions to be able to integrate the EPC value chain. And secondly, we have to look at the local content law because most in the oil and gas and in the mining, we have a local content law which oblige multinationals who have contracts to subcontract to local companies. I've not seen that in the PPPs, so we empower our continental local champions, but then also and maybe revise our local content law to include the PPPs, so that even when it's being executed by a multinational, certain components are subcontracted to our local champions. That's what
Thank you very much. And finally, Mr. Habib.
No, thank you very much. Just to bring it down to the context of the AFCFTA and Afro-Exim Bank, for us in the housing, finance, and urban development sector, PPPs are key. And just think about this, right? Just numbers. Today in Africa, you have 52 million housing deficit. 52 million housing deficit, okay? So if on average, the cost of a home is about $20,000, just to be very conservative, $20,000. I'm sure all of your homes are way more than that here in this room and on this panel, but $20,000 for 52 million houses, that's more than $100 billion. $100 billion, okay? So now, if we have to finance those homes and infrastructure, everything that goes with it, access to water, electricity, secondary roads, and sewage, okay? That's a lot of money. The multiplier effect above the 100 billion could be trillions. So that's a source of development for Africa, right? And many of our countries have different capacities, right? You have some countries that are cement producers, Dangote cement and others, right? Algeria, here Morocco, there and here in Egypt, iron manufacturing, steel manufacturing. So you take the construction materials value chain, right? We can develop industries in the different countries in collaboration with government, but you cannot just do that without bringing in the private sector, okay? We need to have the private sector set up the manufacturing companies and the governments create the enabling environment to attract private investments and also put the infrastructure that's required, working with institutions like ours, Afro-Exim Bank and others, and make sure that basically the services are provided to the population. So in a nutshell, for us, it's really about partnership. It's about really creating that enabling environment and creating massive opportunities for development across the continent.
Thank you very much. My esteemed panelists have underscored the vital importance of public-private collaboration in shaping an environment conducive to intra-African trade. As we reflect on their valuable insights, it is clear that fostering partnerships between governments and the private sector is key to overcoming challenges and driving sustained economic growth across the continent. So I'm encouraging every one of us to forge ahead with this collaborative spirit, recognizing that by working together, we can build a resilient and thriving business landscape in Africa. Thank you very much to my eminent and distinguished panelists for doing justice to this conversation. Please give them a round of applause, if you may. Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll rise for a group picture now. It has been an absolute honor serving as your moderator for this conversation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you to Mojibade Sosonia, the lead comparer of the Mojibade show, for that excellent moderation of the final panel for the second day of this forum. That pretty much wraps up today's proceedings. We're finishing early. I want to thank everybody who stayed with us and encourage you to visit the trade fair. There's lots of people who will welcome you to their stands there. Thank you very much. I'm Mark Edo, and I'll see you again. Thank you.